We are going to create a Laravel blog, and when we are finished, we will purchase a domain and a hosting package, and then we will deploy it. And after all that, we are going to repeat the same using Livewire. So let's see how the blog looks like before we create it. And this is the blog. And here you can notice that when we are at home page, the link is bright and the rest are dark. And when I click about, the link becomes bright and the rest are dark. We are going to learn how to do that dynamically using Laravel. Let me go back to the home page. Then when you scroll down, we have latest blog posts. So we are fetching the latest blog posts from the database, and we are only fetching the latest 4 blog posts. Here they are, and you can see we have the timestamp when it was created, we have the author, and we have the title. And when you click on any title, it takes you to that blog post. So you can see here, and then at the bottom we get related blog posts, and when you click on any, it takes you to that blog post. And notice something else, the URL. Here we are showcasing the slug, so we are searching this post using the slug. This is good for search engine optimization instead of using the ID. Another thing, the slug is unique. So when you create another title, another post rather, with the same title as this one, it will generate the same slug, but the ID will be different to make it unique. We are going to do all that using Laravel. So from there, let's check the blog page. This is the blog page where we have all the blog posts. So here we are fetching the latest 4 blog posts, but you can change that according to how you wish. Then down here we have pagination. So when you click here, you go to page 2, and you can see the posts that on that page. So in my case, I have very few blog posts. So if you had many, then you'll have more pages here. So let me go back to page 1. And here you can filter the blog posts using categories. So when you click health, you get all the blog posts associated with the health category. When you click entertainment, you get the posts associated with that. Sports, you get the posts associated with that. Nature, the same. If you want to see all, you'll see all the posts. You can also search. You can come here and say immune, then search, and we get to blog posts. So here we have immune, but here we don't have immune because the immune word is in the body. So you see it's here. So when you're searching, it's always looking for that word in the body or in the title. So I'll go back, and if you try to search something that does not exist, let's search for something that does not exist. So I can just come here and say honest politicians. Search, you get this. Sorry, currently there is no post related to your search. That's all about the blog page. I believe I've not forgotten to mention anything. Then when you go to about page, this is just a static page, so we are not going to write any Laravel here. Contact page, here you can come. Notice in my Gmail there is no any new email, so you can just come here, provide a name. Let's see how it works, and I can say dan@gmail.com. Subject, I can say internship application. For the message, I can just write anything, dear Madam, hi, my name is what? My name is so and so, and I would like to blah 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 blah. Let's send. Submit. Then it's loading. Let's wait. Then we get a flashback message. Thank you, we'll be in touch soon. Let's check our email. Refresh. We sent it twice. So here is the email. You have the subject here, internship application. You open it, you have the message. Here's the message, the name of the person who sent it, and their email. We are going to learn how to do that using Laravel. So now let's check the backend. So I'll come here, I will register a new user. Let's call that new user email, let's call it new user at gmail.com. I'll use the same as a password to save time. Then register. When you register, you are taken directly to your dashboard, and if you want to log out, you just click here and log out. But we don't want to do that. So here you can create a post, you can create a category, you can so let's create a post. Come here, you can create a post. You can say, when you protect nature, when we protect nature, then nature protects us. Choose a file, choose an image, option, I'll put that in category nature. Then I can write something here, nature needs our protection. Then post. Then you get a flashback message, post created successfully. And here we have the post. And notice something. Here I have the option to edit and delete because I'm the one who has written this post. But I can't edit or delete this because I'm not the author of this post. So we are going to implement that using Laravel as well. So you can also edit the post. So I can come here and say edited. Then you have to choose the file again. Then if you want, you can change the category. And notice that the previous category is pre-populated. For the file, it's not pre-populated because of some security reasons. That's why we don't have that feature in Laravel of old value in files. Then here, notice we have our body. It's already pre-populated, so we can add some texts, and then you can submit. And after that, we get post edited successfully. You can check the post. Here it is, edited. Let's check the body. And here, nature needs our protection, edited. And then here we have related posts. So Nairobi is the only city in the world with a national park. You can click there. So when you're here, you can see related posts, posts that are related to nature, and we only have one. So let's go back to our blogs. So we've seen that we can edit and we can delete. I think that's all. If I've forgotten anything, we'll cover it during the tutorial. Again, let's go back to the dashboard. We can create a category. I can come here. I can say new category. New category. Submit. Their category created successfully. And here it is. I can as well edit it. I can come here and say edited, submit. There we go, edited. I can delete it as well. It's deleted. I've just remembered that we did not delete a blog, to see how that works. So I'll go to blog, and I'm able to see this because I'm logged in. When I log out, you can't see this, edit and delete. So if I try to click delete, there we go, post deleted successfully. Back to the dashboard. I think that's all. In case I've forgotten anything, we'll cover it in the tutorial. So in the next video, let's get started working on this amazing project. Cheers. A few things to note before we get started. And number one is that you are mainly going to focus on Laravel and not HTML and CSS. Number two, we are not going to write any code for the front end. So we are going to use a template that I've already created. We will integrate it with the Laravel. And finally, this tutorial assumes basic understanding of PHP. With that said, let's get started. So here I have a fresh Laravel application that I've not done anything with it. So I'll go to the terminal and I will run the server, PHP artisan serve. Then I'll copy this URL and paste it on the browser. Then let's see what we get, and this is what we get. So let's understand what happens for us to be able to see this. So I'll go to routes, web.php, and this is what we have. So this is what is happening. Here we are saying when you go to forward slash using the get method, and you are using the get method because you are getting something from the server. So for example, if you are filling a form that you want to send some information using a form, in that case you are sending something to the server, so you will use a post method. But here we are getting something from the server, that's why we are using a get method. So when you go to forward slash, and by this we mean when you go to your root domain, and this is what I mean when I say root domain, something like www.alfayo.com. so this is the same as the root domain, or something like the same thing, with a slash. So these two are the same thing. You're going to the same URL. So forward slash means go to your root domain, and in our case this is our root domain. So when you go to your root domain, we want to call a function. A function is called, and that function is returning a view by the name welcome. So let's see where that view is. So I'll go to resources, views, welcome.blade.php. I'll expand this. So this is what we are returning, and here is where you can write your HTML, CSS if you want, but if you want you can separate it from here, and PHP. And normally we don't write plain PHP in here. We use something called blade directives. So with blade directives, it's actually at the end of the day it gets converted to plain PHP under the hood. So if you want you can use plain PHP, but we normally use directives inside here. So this is what is being returned, and if you want you can even change what is here. You can delete everything, just have a h1 here, it says hi, save, then come here and refresh, and you get that. We'll get whatever we have here. So I'll get this back to what it was, then come back here. So we have two ways to achieve what we've done so far. We can use closures, and the second way we can use controllers. So let's achieve the same thing, but this time around using controllers. So we can come here and say using closures, and here using controller. So how this works is that we use the same route, and by the way, this is called facade. If you want to know how facades work, I have a link in the description. I have a video where I talk about facades. So route get, then it's a function, and inside the function, so when you go to /, so the next argument you pass an array, and inside this array the first thing you pass is the name of the controller that you want to use, and in our case we don't have a controller, so let's create it. Come here, then you say PHP artisan make controller, then give the controller a name. So in my case I'll call it welcome controller. That and we have a problem. Artisan could not open. It should not artisan, it should be artisan. Sorry about that. Should be artisan. And controller created successfully, and you can get it here. When it's created, it will be saved in app http controllers, and here it is, welcome controller. Welcome controller. So that's where it gets stored. So now we have our controller. So the first thing that you should have here is the name of your controller. So it's welcome controller. It's already suggested for us, and make sure it gets imported up here, welcome controller. Then it's a class, then comma. The second thing you should include here is the function that you want to be called when you go to this controller. So I'll name mine index. You don't have to name it index, you can use any name, then save. So let's see what happens if we try to refresh. First let's comment this out, save, refresh, and we get an error. Method app http controllers welcome controllers index does not exist. So there's no any method inside the welcome controller by the name index, and that is true because here we are saying when you visit the root domain, hit this controller, which it has, then inside this controller, let's open it, app http not middlewares controllers welcome. So we are saying inside this controller call a method by the name index, and when you open the controller there is no any method called index. So let's create it. That's why we are having this error. So we'll come here, say public function index, and in here we can do whatever we want. So as of now I can just say return hi. Save, refresh, and we have hi. But let's not return a string. Let's go back here and return the same thing. Paste that here, save, refresh, and we have the same result. So there are two ways to achieve to render a view. You can either use closure or you can use controller, and you might be asking yourself now, which one should I use, controller or closure? Now this is the thing, let me comment this out and have this back. Imagine we are supposed to have maybe posts in here, so we are supposed to write some logic here to fetch posts from the database. So some logic to fetch posts from database. Then we have also to fetch categories. So fetch categories from database. So we need to write some PHP or some Laravel here to do all that. Imagine you had many more logic to write in here. At the end of the day, we will have a very huge file here with a lot of codes that will be hard to maintain and not easy to read. So in that case, it's advisable to use a controller, because when you use a controller, this is what you'll have. You'll have this, and then your logic will go inside the controller, and that way it will make your work clean and easy to maintain when your application grows big and bigger. So in that case, it will be better to use controller. So the thing is, if you're just returning a view and you're not intending to write any logic at all, you can use a closure. But if you know down the road you'll be writing some logics, it is advisable to use the controller, because if you start writing your logic in here, it beats the purpose of a Laravel framework. That's not its purpose. Its purpose is separation of logics. So you have this one is just a route to wherever you're visiting, then your logic, just remove your logic outside the route. You should not be writing your logic here, but it will work if you do so. But it's for you to have a clean code, you should not be writing it here. Now, in case you're still confused when to use controllers and when to use routes, don't worry. Stick to controllers, and with time you'll understand when to use which and when not to use what. So if you don't understand still what to use, stick to controllers. And from now on, we'll mainly be using controllers. If there is a situation whereby we will not be writing logic, I'll use a closure, and I'll explain why I'm using a closure. But in most cases, you'll end up using controllers. So if you're confused, stick to controllers. That marks the end of this lesson. So see you in the next lesson, where we'll be tackling integrating our template with Laravel. And if this video has been of help to you, kindly consider supporting my work by liking this video, subscribing, and leaving a comment. Cheers. It is located, go inside it, then paste the template. After pasting it, open your project with the editor that you're using. In my case, I'm using VS Code, and you'll get it here. Here is the template that I've pasted into my project. So now we want to show the template using Laravel. And here we have a controller to show the welcome page. So when you visit / when you visit the root domain, you load this controller, and after loading this controller, you call this method. Let's go to that controller, welcome controller. So when this method is called, we are returning this view, welcome. And here is the view, welcome.blade.php, and its content. So when you go to that page, this is what you see, and that is what we have in this page. Now we don't want to show this, we want to show the HTML from our template. So how we do it, just go to your template, here it is. Then we want the index.html page. That's the page that we used on home page in our template. So copy everything, then paste that HTML to your view. Save. First of all, you delete everything that was here, then you paste that HTML. So let's refresh and see what we get. And there we go, we get the page, but now we don't have our styles, we've lost our CSS, and the images, we don't have them as well. So we need to import our styles and the images. One thing to note before we import them, in Laravel, when it's checking for assets, and by assets I mean JavaScript, CSS, and images, it will always look for them in the public folder. So you should copy all your assets to the public folder. So let's do that. Let's copy our styles first. here they are. You can copy or move them. I'll just move them. Move. So now we have our styles inside the public folder. Let's refresh and see what we get. And now we have our page, but we don't have the images. Let's copy the images. Copy or move images to our public folder. Move, refresh, and there it's working. It's working properly. And when you're linking your styles, when you link them like this, it's okay, it's working. But there are some situations when you link your styles this way, it will not work. For example, I'll give you an example. When you come to your web.php, maybe tomorrow you wake up and you decide you're going to change this URL, and it's not going to be like this. Maybe it's going to be something like alfio, then welcome. The moment you have more than one forward slash, so now we have 2. The moment you have more than one, like you have 2 or 3, watch this out and see that this will not work. Refresh. Sorry. We need to provide this, not refresh. We need to visit that URL. So when you visit that, not double slash, we get our page, but we don't get the styles. And there is a fix on this, and that is that you should always use the asset function. That will always fix this problem for you. So let's come here to our welcome page. Let's comment this out, then copy it, have it here. Now let's use the asset function. So how we do it, it's you provide the double curly braces to tell Laravel that you are now using Blade, then the asset function, and inside it you pass that path. It's a string like that. Then save. Let's see if that is still working. Refresh, and now it's working. So always rule of thumb, always use the asset function. If you don't, there are some cases that your code will break, but if you use asset function, you are safe. We've done that. So images are also assets, so let's change that as well. So let's change. So what I do, I'll just say Control F, then I write image img, and it will tell me how many img tags I have, 1 out of 4. So I'll start with the first one and use asset. Then I'll go to the second one. Actually, I'll just copy this and paste, because the only thing changing is pick 1, pick 2, pick 3, pick 4. So I'll just paste this here and change this to pick 2. Then go to the third one, paste that, change it to pick 3. Go to the fourth one, change it and call it pick 4, and then save. So let's see if it's still working. Reload, and there we go, it's working. But we've not used the asset function to show the header image, and that's because we don't have the header image here. It's inside the styles. So let's go here and search for header. Here it is, and here's our background image. So you cannot use the asset function inside a CSS file. So we need to cut this, save, go back to our welcome, then the header class, here it is. So here we are going to say style, background image, but we won't use the asset function, so we'll cut this, the double curly braces, then asset function, and there we go. Let's refresh and see, and it's all working okay. So if you had JavaScript, let's say for example if you are linking this JavaScript, maybe you had something like this script, then source app.js, you just use the helper function as well. So I'll remove this, and this is okay, it's working fine, but there is one thing we can do to clean this code more. Check it out here. We have images, the styles, then maybe you'll have JavaScript. It will be better if you can have every asset in its own folder. So here we can come and say public, create a CSS folder, then move the style to the CSS folder. So in future, if you include JavaScript, so it will be easy to read and maintain this. You'll know this is CSS, this is images, and another folder, this is JavaScript. So with that said, if you try to refresh, this will not work. Now we've lost our styles because we need to adjust how we are linking them. You're not linking from asset to style. It's asset, which will go to public, then CSS, then style.css. So we need here to say CSS. Save, come here, refresh, and that's working perfectly. With that, now let's create the other pages. So the next page we'll go to is the blog page. So come here to our web.php. So this one was taking us to welcome page. Let's have another one taking us to blog page. Now in my blog page, if you saw the template in the first video, the intro video, the blog page has some posts. That means I have to write some logic to fetch the posts from the database. And for that reason, because I'm going to write some logic, I'm going to use a controller. And this one I'm also going to change it before we continue. We don't want to go to this. We just want to go to /. So I'll come back here, and /, it's working well. So let's come back here. So since I'm going to write some logic to fetch the post from the database, for that reason I'm going to use a controller. So let's create a controller. Come here and say PHP artisan make a controller. Let's call it blog controller. There, it's created successfully for us. Then come here and say route get. We have a function. Then when we go to /blog, what do you want to happen? We want to load a controller. What's the name of our controller? Blog controller. Then class. Then after that, what do we want to happen? We want to call a method in that controller by the name index. And I'm using index because when we load the blog page, it will give us all the blog posts. So when you're loading a page that will give you everything about the page, use index. That's the convention. You don't have to use it, but that's a convention, and I advise you to do so that when you start using resource controllers in the future, it will be very easy to understand them. And resource controllers are very good. They save time. So like here, we are loading the welcome page. We are loading everything about that page. That's why it's index. So here we are loading everything about blog posts, index. But if you are loading one post, that will be show. We will see later how that comes about. So don't worry about that now. So when we do that, so let me terminate this. Let's go to this controller and write this index method. So I'll come here, the controllers, blog controller. I'll just grab this here. So our index method, and we are not returning a view by the name welcome. We want to return the blog page. So we'll write here blog, save. Then let's go and create that view. Come to the views, then blog.blade.php. Save. There we go. So let's have the blog HTML here. Copy everything, come to blog, paste, then save. Let's visit that /blog and see what we get. There we go. it's working, but we've lost our CSS. We even have the images. So let's fix that. Come on top here, and we are fetching here. So we use the asset, save. Remember, it's inside the folder by the name CSS. So provide that, save. Come here, refresh, and there it's working. It's working now, but remember, you may make some changes, and since you don't want your code to break, make sure the images, you're also fetching them using the asset functions. So I'll just say here images 1 out of 6. So where's the first one? Here it is. So since it's pick 1, pick 2, pick 3, I'll just edit this first one, this first. So I'll say asset, then save, then copy this. So since the only difference is the number, I'll just paste this here. Or let me copy it again. Copy, paste, then change 1 to 2. Go to the third one, then change 1 to 3. Go to the fourth one, change 1 to 4. Go to the fifth one, change 1 to 5, and the last one, change 1 to 6. Save. Let's see if that's still working. And there we go. It's working perfectly. It's working perfectly. The next thing is when we click on a title, it will take us to a single blog page. So let's create that. So I'll go to my web.php, and now remember that we are still dealing with blog. So I can come here and use the same, copy that and say to single blog post, then paste that here. So we are saying when we're going to route get blog, then / single, we can say single blog post. So we want to hit blog controller, and the class, since we are showing a part of the, remember the blog page will show you posts. Then when you go to this page, it will show you a part. So it'll show you one post, which means it's a part of the posts. So we use the show method. So whenever you're showing a part of a resource, you use this show method. But if you're showing all the resources of that page, you use the index method. So in this case, you will use show, but it's not a must. You can change this method to whatever method you want, but this is the convention, and again, I advise you to use the same. So save. So let's go to that blog controller, create that function by the name show. Then we want to have a single post, single blog post. Save. Let's create that view. Come here. Where is our views? Resources views. Here we go. Save that. .blade.php. Save. So let's get the HTML that we want to show in the single blog page. So here we are. Here's the HTML from the template. Copy it. Then come to the single blog post and paste it. Save. Come here. Let's refresh. Let's go to / blog single blog post. And there we go. We have the single blog post, but we don't have our CSS. So let's go to the title, to the head, sorry. Then let's change this. and use the asset function. CSS. Let's refresh that and see. There we go, it's working, only that we can't see the image. So, and we can't see the image here, the main image, and the 3 images down here. So let's fix those 4. I'll search for image. The first one, it's here, pick one. So I'll cut and use asset again. Then go to this one, so it's pick 5 and replace it with 5. Go to this one, it's push-ups, so I'll change this to push-ups. Push-ups, yeah. Do you have another one? The fourth one, smoothies, and change the images to smoothies. So let's see if that's working. Save, come here, refresh, yeah, and it's all good. It's all good. So that's a single blog post. After that, the next thing is about page. So come here, web.php. So for the about page, there is no logic, business logic I want to write for the content that will be there in the about page. It's just a static page. I'll write about an image if you see it from the template, and that's all. So in this case, you can use a closure. So to about page. And again, if it's confusing when to use closures and when to use controllers, stick to controllers. So I'll come here and say route get. So when you go to /about, a function should be called, and that function should return a view called about page. And as of now, we don't have that view, so let's create it. Come here, about .blade.php. So what do you want to render inside here? So I'll go to my template, grab the HTML in the about page, then come and paste it in my view, save. Then again, let's change the asset here, not the asset, the link, to use the asset function. Asset function, remember it's inside the CSS folder. Save, come here, let's go to about page. So I'll go to /about, and there we go, it's working. Then the image, let's make sure that we're grabbing it using the asset function as well. So the image here it is. So I'll cut, say asset again, paste, save. Let's see if it's still working, and we are all good. The next thing is the contact page. So I'll go to again to my, so close this, I don't need this, I don't need about, I don't need single, I don't need single, blog, I don't need it now, I don't need this, I don't need this, I don't need this, I need this too. So I'll go back to my web.php. Now in the contact page, we will have a contact page, a contact form, and in the contact form, when a user provides information, I should be able to send that information to an email. That means I have to write some business logic to send that email, and business logic to grab user's information, to validate the user's information. So with that, it means since I'm going to write some business logic, the best thing to do here is to use a controller so that you don't end up writing the business logic inside this web.php file. So I'll come here and say to contact page. Then here I'll create a controller and I'll call it contact controller. Call it whatever you want. Then here I'll come and say route get. It's a function. Then inside here, when someone goes to /contact, when they go there, we'd like to load a controller by the name contact controller class. Then what method do you want to call? Since we are showing everything about that contact page, we'll use the index page. So we're not showing a part of it, we're showing everything. So we'll use the index function. So let's go to this controller and return the view that we want to return. So I'll go to the contact controller, and here I'll just copy this one, and then we want to return a view by the name contact. So let's create that view. Scroll down here, views, create contact .blade.php. Then what do you want to render inside that view? So we go to our template. Let's grab our contact HTML. Copy, come back here and paste and save. Let's change our CSS directory. So here, Control X, then we're going to use asset, paste, save. We don't have an image there, so come here, go to /contact, call to undefined function asset SS. It should not be triple S, it should be double S. So come here, change that, refresh, and there we go, it's working. But we are not fetching our CSS. Why? Because it's inside a folder by the name CSS. Then refresh, and there we go, it's working fine. One last thing is, now if I try to go to blog page, it will not work because we are going to blog.html and Laravel doesn't know anything about that. So let's go to our layout. I'll start with the welcome page. So I'll come here and do welcome and go to my sidebar. Here it is. So when I visit home, I want it to go to /, that's it. Then when I visit blog, when I click blog, I want it to go to /blog. That's what we've provided here. When you go to the blog page, use /blog. Then again, when I go to about, /about. When I go to contact, /contact. Then I'll copy this side links. So remember, this is in every page. So I'll come to single blog, go to side links, then replace this with that. Then I'll go to contact. Where is the side link? Links here, and replace that. Blog the same, side links, scroll up, here we are, copy, then paste rather, then go to about, check the side links, then paste, then save. I have not been saving. You see this small white dot, is it white or gray? I think it's gray. This gray dots, that means it's not saved. So I'll come here and save, come here, save, then it will disappear. come here, save, it will disappear. I have one more file that is not saved, since here it's showing one. If you hover on it, it will tell you one unsaved file. So let's see what file is that. Is this one. Save, and we have everything saved now. Come here, refresh. Now try to go to about page. It's working. Blog page, it's working. Click on title. It's not working because it's going to single blog. So let's go and fix that. So in the blog page, come here. So when you click on title, let's change this, change all of them. So I'll select all of them, and I want it to go to blog, then single blog post, then save. Now let's try it again. Go back, refresh, click, and now it's working. Go to homepage, it's all working. So that's how you integrate a template with Laravel. And if you've noticed, we have a lot of repetition in this project. For example, if you check here, we have a sidebar. It's repeated in every file, every file, every file, every file. We have a footer. It's repeated in every file. So the next video, let's talk about layouts. Layouts fixes that problem of repeating yourself. With that said, if this video has been of help to you, kindly consider supporting my work by subscribing to this YouTube channel, leaving a like and a comment. Cheers! In this lesson, we are going to learn about layout. As you can see, we are repeating the sidebar and the footer in all the pages. You go to a different page, it's the same, repeating the sidebar and the footer. All the pages you're repeating the same thing, and that is not productive. And it's not productive because imagine if tomorrow you wanted to change this to be welcome. It means you will have to go to every page, come to this one, change it to welcome, come to this another page, change it to welcome for all the pages, and that is not productive at all. So we are going to fix that using layout. And before we do that, let's delete this template. We no longer need it. We've already integrated it into our project. So how layout work is that you come here to views, then you say layout.blade.php. After saying that, you come and pick any of the pages here. So I'll go with welcome. You copy everything, then paste it in your layout. After pasting it, we only want to be left with what is common in all the pages. That's what we want to be left with in here. We come and check the head. It is common in all the pages. You go to welcome, you have the head. You go to contact, you have the head. You go to blog, you have the head. It is common in all the pages, so we leave that untouched. We go to the body. You check the header. It is not in every page, so it's unique. So you cut it. You just remove it, rather, not cutting it. Then at yield, you say at yield header. Then we check the sidebar. The sidebar is common in every page. We leave it untouched. The menu button. So if you come and resize this, we have this menu button. You click on it. We have an overlay here. Then you click the X button. It disappears. So the menu button is common in every page. It's there. So we leave it untouched. We check the main. The main is not common in every page. You go to the welcome page. You go to the main. Where is it? Here we go. We are talking about latest blog posts. You go to contact. We are talking about a contact form, so it's different in every page. So we cut that. Come here, remove it, and you say at yield main. You don't have to call it main, you can give it another name, but I think name, by calling it main, it's easy to understand the code. The footer, it is common in every page. The JavaScript is common in every page, so we leave all that. So now we have our layout. So to use it is that you go to any page, you check what is here that is not in the layout page. So in our case here, the head is there in the layout, the header is there, the sidebar is there. No, the header is not there in our layout. You can go ahead and confirm we don't have the header. We just said yield it. So you cut that, cut the header, then continue checking. The menu button is there, the main is not there. So here I want to cut all this together, that's why I'm pasting it here, so that I can cut what is unique, what is here that is not in this other page. So I'll cut all this, so the footer is there and the JavaScript is there, so remove everything. So we've only cut out what is unique, what is not there in the layout page. So now if you go to welcome page, home, you should get a blank page because we have nothing here. So we can extend this layout. So how we do it is you come here and say at extends layout, then save. Come here, refresh, and we get the layout, and that is the sidebar and the footer, which is common in all the pages. So Laravel comes and check, you want me to extend layout, it comes here, it extends it. Then it comes here, it sees it's supposed to yield a header here. Then it comes here, it checks. You've not told it what to yield in there, so it does nothing. So if you want, you can tell it at section and section header, do this and that. So we want you to, so here I have main and header. I only want the header, so I'll cut this. So I want you to provide this code there, and Laravel will do just that. Refresh, and we have the header. You do the same, come and tell it where we have yield main, we want you to put this and that. So you come here and you say at section and section main, then you give it the main section, save, refresh, and there we go. We have the same thing as before. So we do the same for the other pages, and by that we are not repeating the layout, we are not repeating the sidebar and the footer, we are referencing it from the layout. So you come to contact, we check what is unique, and it is the main section only. The rest is common, the rest is there in the layout. So instead of, so if you come here to contact page, click contact, instead of showing this from here, let's reference it from the layout. So remove everything at extend. So now if you try to refresh, contact, refresh, I've not saved, okay, save the file, contact, refresh, it's empty. So let's reference the layout at extends layout, save, refresh, and now we have a layout, the layout. So we come here and say at section, and the section is called main, so give me that. Refresh, we have the same thing. So we do the same for the blog page. We check what is unique. It's the main section, cut it, remove everything, extend, at extends layout, then section, it's called main, then provide what you want there, save, So we go to blog, there we go, it's working as before. Let's change the about, grab main, cut out, then remove everything, extend again, layout, then section, it's called main, paste. Let's go to about page, and there it's working. Then the last page is single blog post, so come here, main, cut, remove everything, extend again, layout, then section, main, paste, save. What page was that? Single blog page. So go to blog, click on title, and it's working. So that's how layout work. And now if you want to change this to welcome, you don't have to change it in every page. So we are referencing the sidebar here, so you can just come here and change this to welcome. And now since every page is referencing this layout, so it will reference the welcome, it will reference the welcome. So if you come here and refresh, so it's welcome, you go to blog page, it's still welcome, you go to about page, it's still welcome, and that is productive. So that is layout. In the next section, we are going to learn about named routes. Now, if this video has been of any help to you, please consider supporting my work by subscribing to this channel, leaving a comment and a like. Cheers. Before we learn about named routes, let's have this back to home. So I'll go to my layout, have that as home, refresh, and we are all good. So imagine for some reason you decide that you don't want this to be contact, you want it to be contact us, then save. So now when you go to your website, you refresh, you try to go to contact, it doesn't work. For it to work, now you have to go to your layout, and where you have contact, you have to change it to contact us. And everywhere else where you have this contact, maybe in the footer, you also have to go there and change it. So save, then refresh. Let's go back, refresh, try to visit contact, and now it's working. There is a way to fix this so that whenever you change this in your route, you don't have to change it everywhere else where you have this route, and that is by using named routes. So I'll have this back to what it was, save this as well, save. So I'll come here and I'll say name, then give it any name that I want. So I'll give it contact, save, then I'll go to my layout. Now I don't want to pass this, I want to pass a named route. So I'll come here and say route, then I'll pass the contact, save, come here, refresh, go back, refresh, we are all good. Try to go to contact, it's working. Go back, try to change in my web.php, change it to contact us, save, go back, refresh. Now notice I've only changed here, I've not changed in my layout anything, I've not touched it. So let's see if this will work. Refresh, go to contact, and it's working. Let me change it even further. Come here and say best website, / contact us, save, come back, blog, try contact, and it's working. So this is very, 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 very helpful. So it means every place that you're using this route by the name contact, you don't have to go to change anything else. You can modify this however you want without visiting the other files. So this is okay, you can name it the way you want, but there is a convention of naming these routes, and that is, let me have this back to contact, and that is, you take this first word, then you say dot, then you take the name of the method. So this will be dot index, then save. So we'll come back here and change this to dot index, then save. Try it, back, refresh, contact, and it's working. Then let's change the rest. So for a closure, it doesn't matter, you can just use the same name as this. So I'll say about. This is a controller, so the name will be, I'll take this, the first word, dot, sorry, the first word, it's a string. What am I doing? The first, control V, okay, the first word, dot, the method is show. Then I'll come here, just copy this, so the first word is blog and the method is index, so this will be blog.index. Then here I'll do the same. We don't have anything here, so you can just say welcome.index. You can use the name of the controller, welcome.index, then save. Then let's change the layout as well. So instead of going to blog, so we change that to blog.index. So I'll just copy this, come here, let's actually just copy this, and I'll say now go to copy this and paste it here. So we are going to blog.index. Then for about, it's just about, so we are visiting about. Then for single blog, let's go to control P, go to blog, then single blog. Here we are, let's change this. I'll select all and I'll say route is blog.show. Save. So everything should work as before. Click home, blog, about, contact, blog, title, and it's all working well. So if you decide to change something, maybe you come here and you say I want this now to be about us, and I want this to be post, not single post, then save. Let's see if it will work. Refresh, go to home, refresh, about, now it's about us, blog, single, now it is post. I don't have to go and change in those other files. So when your files increase in numbers, managing them will be a bit it will be a bit painful. So it's better to use named routes, and from now henceforth we will be using named routes. So I'll have this back to about, to single, and about, then save, and that's it. So if this video, as usual, if it has been of help to you, kindly consider supporting my work by subscribing to this channel, leaving a like and a comment. Cheers! This is the finished project, and when you visit a link like about page, you see the about page becomes bright and the rest are dark. So when you go to another page, maybe contact, the link is bright and the rest are dark. This is good for user experience because it tells the user which page they are on. Let's implement the same on our project. So here, if you try to go to another page, we are on about page, but the link is still dark and the home page is bright because it's hard coded. So when you go to your project, it is this active class that is making this possible to have this being bright. So if I try to remove it, I've removed the active class, save, then refresh, so it's no longer bright. So we want to include this class dynamically. We don't want to hard code it. So it's very simple. You just come here, then you use the eliminate HTTP request object. So you'll just come here and say request, then check if route is, and that will check for the route name. So if route is, and I've realized that we didn't give this a name here, so let's check what the name is for the home page, and the route name is welcome.index. So instead of going to /, let's use the route name. That will be route is welcome.index. I'll copy this, then I'll paste it here. So we are checking if route is welcome index, what do we want to do? So I'll use the ternary operator, and then I'll come here and say if that is true, give me the active class, and if that is false, so I'll use else, just do nothing. So when I save, I come here, I go to blog page. Notice that the home page is still dark because Laravel will come and check, is the route name welcome.index true? And of course it's not true because we are not on home page. So if it's not true, it will do nothing. Then if I try to go to home page, notice that now it is bright because Laravel will come and check, is the route name welcome.index true? Yes. So apply this class. So let's do the same for the rest of the other links. So I'll copy that, I'll come here, no, I'll copy from class, so I'll copy this, then come down here, paste it, and then here we are checking, is the route name blog.index? If it is true, apply the class. So I'll just say blog.index. If it is true, apply the class, else don't do anything. Do the same here, and here we are checking if the route name is about. Do the same here, and here we are checking if the route name is contact.index. Let's test that and see if it's working. Refresh. So I am on home page and it is bright. Go to blog page. Blog page becomes bright, the rest are dark. About page, when we are here, the about link is bright, the rest are dark. Contact page, it is bright and the rest are dark, and that is working well. So in the next video, let's shift gears, and now let's work on implementing authentication using Laravel Breeze. And as always, if this video has been of help to you, kindly consider supporting my work by subscribing, leaving a comment and a like. Cheers! For us to implement authentication, we will first need a database to store our users' credentials when they register. So before we implement authentication, let's first create a database for that purpose. So I'll go to my terminal and make sure you have my SQL installed on your machine. Then I'll sign in to my SQL. I'll just come here and say my SQL user is root in my case, then password -p. Then it will ask you for a password. If you don't have a password, just press enter. If you do not provide a password when installing MySQL on your machine, just press enter. In my case, I have a password, so I'll provide it. And now we are signed in. So let's go ahead and create a database. So I'll just say create database, then give it database, then give it a name, and I'll call mine Laravel 8 blog tutorial, then end with a semicolon, press enter, and there we go. We've created a database. Now let's give our application the permission to use this database. So go to your environment file, and that is .env. Then come here, database connection, MySQL. Then where we have DB database, this is your database name. Change it to the database that we created down here. So we created Laravel 8 blog tutorial. Username is root. If you don't have a password, don't provide it if you didn't use a password in your MySQL. In my case, I used a password, so I'll provide it, then save. And just like that, we've connected our application to a database. Now, if you want, you can see your tables using the terminal, but it is better to use a graphical user interface because it gives a better visual representation. So in that case, we are going to use a GUI, and there are many GUIs that you can use, but in my case, I'm going to use this DB-EVA, and it supports all the operating system. So it supports Windows, it supports Mac, it supports Linux. So if you want to use this the same as me, you can go ahead and download it. I have a link in the description. Just click on it. So I've already installed this. So I'm going to connect my database to this GUI. So here is the GUI. When you open it, this is how it looks like. But yours won't have databases here. Mine has databases. Yours will be empty here. So come to this icon, click on it. Then it will take you here. We are using MySQL, so click here, then click next. After clicking next, come to here and provide your database name. Then password. If you don't have a password, leave it blank, but in my case, I'm using a password, so I'll just say root. Then test connection. And if you get this pop-up, it means that your connection can be connected, and it means that the GUI has confirmed that we have such a database with those credentials, so it can access it. So click OK, then click finish. And just like that, we've connected our database to a GUI, and here it is. You click here, go to databases, go to Laravel 8 blog tutorial, go to tables, and as you can see now, we don't have any tables. So in the next lesson, let's go ahead and implement authentication now. And as always, if this video has been of any help to you, kindly consider supporting my work by subscribing, leaving a comment and a like. Cheers! Now that we have connected our application to a database, we need a table inside the database where we will store our users' credentials. And by default, Laravel comes with a template on how that table is supposed to look like. And that template is called a migration. So when you go to database, migrations, you'll see that we have 4 migrations by default. And when you click on create users table, this is just a template on how that table is supposed to look like. So that table is supposed to have a column of ID, a column of name, a column of email, and it's supposed to be a string, a column of email verified at, a column of password, which is supposed to be a string, a column of remember token, and a column of timestamps. So we already have a template created for us. To create a table, you just go to your terminal and you run php artisan migrate. I've already done that to save time. So it will run the migration, and at the end, this is what you will have. And now that will migrate the tables and create the tables for you in the database. So now when you go to your GUI, then go to your database, then the tables, and refresh. Just right click on it and then refresh. You will see that now we have 4 tables. And when you click on users, this is what you'll get: a table with ID, name, email, everything as it is described in the template. Now we have a table. Now we can go ahead and install the Laravel Breeze package. So to install the package, you go to your terminal and then you run composer require Laravel Breeze -- dev. So it will execute, and at the end, I've already done that to save time. At the end, you'll get this: publish complete. But now if you try to go to your application and try to go to /login, it will still not work. You will not get the login page. If you try /register, you will not get the register page. So the next thing we need to do is to publish the authentication routes, controllers, views, and other resources. So you go to your terminal and now you need to run php artisan breeze install, and that will install all that for us. Then when it finishes, Breeze scaffolding installed successfully, it will ask you to please execute the npm install and npm run dev. Just copy that code and then run it here. And after that is finished, that will take some time depending on the speed of your machine. So it will execute, and the final thing you'll have is this: compiled successfully in whatever time, depending with the speed of your machine. And now we are done. Now we've installed the package and it should work. So if I now, before I go to the, okay. Now if I now go to login page, let me try that. Go to /login. It should work. I go to /register. It's working. But notice this: if I go to home page, it's no longer working. And that is because when we installed the package and published the views and the routes in our web.php, this file was generated again. So we lost all the code that we had written here. But don't worry, we have the code on GitHub. So I'll go to GitHub, go to my repository. Here's the code. I'll have a link in the description. It's the same as the one we had before. So I'll copy it. After copying it, I'll come here, and the only code that is added here is this, and this. We no longer need this because we modified this. This is what comes by default, and we modified it. So I'm going to delete everything here and then replace it with what we had before. So we have what we had before, and the only thing that we've added is this dashboard when someone logs in, where that person is supposed to be directed to. So I'll save, go back to my my project, refresh, and everything works perfectly as before. Now in the next tutorial, let's see how we can integrate the login and the register route so that we don't have to write them manually here, so that we have something like this at the end of the day. When you log in, you get the view, and we still maintain the sidebar. When you register, we get the view, and we still get the sidebar. So let's go ahead and register in this one that we've created and confirm that it's working. So I'll come here and say register. Then just give a name, my email. I'll use the same as password, then register, and now we are logged in. But notice we don't have our sidebar, so we'll implement that in the next lesson, so that when someone logs in, it looks like this: login, so when one logs in, we still maintain our sidebar. So we'll cover that in the next lesson. As always, if this video has been of any benefit to you, kindly consider supporting my work by subscribing, leaving a like and a comment. Cheers. Integrating the routes is very easy, so just go to your layout and then copy this, paste it twice, then change this to login and this to register. But to what route name should we provide here? So to check all the routes that you have in your application, just go to your terminal and then type php artisan route list, and this will give you a list of all the routes that you have in your application. Then I'll expand this, scroll up, and we see the fourth column. We have the first column, second, third, and the fourth is the name of the route. Like we have welcome.index, we have blog.index. So let's check for the login, what route name is it being used. So I'll scroll down, and here we have the login. So the route name is login. Let's check for the register. And for the register, the route name is register. So let's replace the ones we have. So for the login, I'm going to select this, Control D to select this as well. Then I'll change them to login, then select this as well, Control D to select these two, then I'll change that to register, then save, go back to the browser, refresh, and now we have login and register. And when you click login, it will take you to that page. When you click register, it will take you to that page. But now we've lost our sidebar, so let's make sure that we maintain our sidebar, so that when you navigate to another page, you can as well easily navigate maybe to home page. So I'll go to my browser, I'll go where we have, I will start with the login page. So let me go back, login page. So I'll get the view where we have this. So go to your project, go to resources, views, authentication. So these views were published from the Laravel Breeze package, so we didn't have this folder when we started the project. So go to login view, here it is. Remove everything, so Control A, cut, then extend our layout, then after that let's see what we get first. So go to the login page, refresh, and we have our layout. Then in the main section, let's provide what we cut out. So you come here and say at section and section, then the section is called main, then paste your main section, then come here, refresh, and now we have our login, but we still have our sidebar. Let's go to register, and we'll do the same. Go to register, here it is, register view, cut everything, then extend layout, then after that we extend our section, not extending, then we come here, it was called main, then paste, then save, come here, refresh, and there we go. Now we have our sidebar. If we navigate to login, we still maintain our sidebar. So let's log in. And when we are logged in, we still don't have our sidebar. So let's make sure that we still have our sidebar when we are in our dashboard. So I'll come here, go to the dashboard view, it's in views, so here it is. Again we do the same thing, copy, cut, then extend layout, extend layout, then our section called main, paste the code, save, let's refresh, and now we have our sidebar. And if you want, you can edit this page to look however you desire. And Laravel, by default it uses this is called what is this what is this framework called? We have Bootstrap, Tailwind, it's called Tailwind. They are using Tailwind CSS. So if you want, if you know Tailwind, you can edit this and design it however you want. If you want to use Bootstrap, you can remove everything and design it from scratch. If you're using vanilla CSS, you can do that as well. But since this tutorial is focusing on Laravel, we are not going to do that. So now it's working, but now we have one problem. Check this out. We are logged in, but we still see these links. So you can't show a user login link and yet they are logged in. That's a very bad user experience. So let's change this so that when someone is logged in, they cannot see these two links, but when they are logged out, they can see the two links. So doing that, it's very easy. You go to your layout, and then here cut these two. Then in Laravel we have two directives. One is called auth. So this checks if one is authenticated, so you are logged in, then it will show it, but you don't want that. So the opposite of this is called @guest. So you're going to use @guest. So this shows this tells Laravel if somebody is not logged in, somebody is a guest, so then show these two links, then save. So now we are logged in, we are not guests, so if you refresh, you'll not see it. You'll not see the two links, they are not there. But if you come here and log out, you now see them, and it's very simple to integrate them, and that's how we do it. Now in the next lesson, let's now switch gears and now learn how we can create a post, edit, delete, save it in the database, and showcase the posts on our blog, on our template, that is. And as always, if this video has been of any help to you and you have not yet subscribed to my YouTube channel, kindly consider supporting my work by subscribing, leaving a comment, and a like. Cheers! For us to be able to store a created post in the database, we will first need a table in the database to store the posts. And to do that, we first need a migration, or in other words, a template of how our table should look like. So I'll go to the terminal and create the migration. So I'll just say php artisan make migration. And the convention of naming your migration is that if your table is called users, then the migration should be create users table. So in our case, let's call our table posts. So the name should be create posts table. So I'll go to the terminal, just say create posts table. Then that will create a migration for us, and here it is. Just open it, and here we will be given a migration or a template that we can use to describe how our posts table should look like. So to know how our post table should look like, I'll go to this finished project, and this is a single blog post. So let's see what we have in every blog post. So first thing I see here is a title. So I'll go to the migration, and I'll say I need a column table, and the column should be a string, and that's a column of title. Then when I go back, I check again, we have a slug. Check up here in the URL, benefits of COVID-19 vaccination. This is called a slug, and it is generated from the title. So it's simply the title in lowercase, and then every word is separated by a hyphen. So I'll go to the migration, I'll copy this, then paste it, and say I need another column of slug, and the type should be of slug, and the type should be a string. So let's check what else do we need. We have a timestamp here when it was created, and we already have that sorted for us here in timestamps, so we'll not create a column for that. Then we have written by, we have the user's name, whoever wrote these blog posts. So here we cannot use a column of a name, because different users can share a similar name, and that will bring confusion. So what we will do, we will capture the ID of that user, and from that ID, if you have an ID, since ID is a primary key, we can be able to get a user associated with that ID. So I'll come here, I'll paste, remove this, and say we need a column of user ID, and this user ID, we will say it has to be a foreign ID. And what this means is that when you say it has to be a foreign ID, it means whatever you provide here is a primary key in another table. So we need to specify that it's a primary key in what table. So we will say that references ID, then on what table? We'll say on users table. Then remember, when we save this, imagine if we go to the database and delete this user. So this post will now be belonging to who? That will bring another confusion in the database. So it will be nice if we delete this user, we also delete this post, so that we don't end up with the posts with the no users that created them. So how you do that is that you go to the migration and you say on delete cascade. So that means when you delete this user, then cascade, it means delete every post associated with this user. Okay, let's see what we have. What else we have here? We have an image. You cannot store an image in the database. So what we will do, we will store the path. So when you want to query an image associated with this post, we get the path, the image, we will store it in our project. Then we'll just have a path that we can use to reference this image. So we'll come here and we'll have, I'll copy this, come down here, and I'll say let's have a column of image path, and that's a string as well. Okay, let's see what else we need. We need a body, a body of our post. So I'll come here and I'll say we also need a body, and the body should be text. Save. Let's see if there is something else. Nothing else. That's all we need in a table. So now we have a migration, but when you go to our database, we don't have a post table. to get that post table, what we do is we migrate this template or this migration. So you go to the terminal and just say php artisan migrate, and that will migrate the migration, and it will create a post for us, a post table rather for us. So let's wait for it to finish. It has finished. Let's go to our database. Now if I refresh the database, I come here, right click, then refresh, we should have a post table. Here we go. Right, double click on it, and now we have a post table which has an ID, a title, a slug, a user ID, image path, all that we provided in our migration. So that's it for this lesson. In the next lesson, let's see how we can create a post to create posts for the user. And as always, if this video has been of any help to you and you've not subscribed yet, kindly consider supporting my work by subscribing, leaving a like and a comment. Cheers. So now, if I want to navigate to the dashboard when I'm logged in, I have to do it manually up here. So let's create a dashboard link here so that it is easy to access the dashboard. So I'll go to my layout, then I'll copy any of these links, then down here I'll paste it, then it should take us to the dashboard, and the route name, when you go to web.php, the route name that is taking us to the dashboard is called dashboard. So I'll copy that, go to the layout and change the route name here, and it's dashboard. Save. So when I go back to the browser, refresh, we have our dashboard. But when I log out, we still have our dashboard, and it shouldn't be like that. You should only be able to see the dashboard when you are logged in. So let's fix that. I'll go back here, I'll cut this, then I'll use that auth directive, then paste it. So what this means is that only when one is authenticated, only then should they be able to see this link. So if I save, we are now not logged in, so we should not be able to see it. Refresh, and we no longer see it. So if I try to log in, I log in, so now we should be able to see it, and here we are. So let's implement this page. If you check the finished product, this is what we have. So let's implement this using just HTML and CSS. We are not going to write any Laravel. So I'll come here to this project and I'll copy the dashboard HTML, go back to the project dashboard, and below here I'm going to paste the HTML. So remember, when we were starting this project, I indicated that we are only going to focus on Laravel and not HTML and CSS, and that's why I'm copying and pasting the HTML instead of writing it from scratch. So this is just a under list inside a div with a class of dashboard. So if I save, go back to the browser and refresh, this is what I get. Links, which when you click, they go nowhere. I'll add some CSS to make them look good. So I had already written that, so I'll just uncomment them, save, refresh, and this is what we have. So now we want that when a user clicks create, just as the same as in the final product, when you click create, it takes you to the create page with a create form. So we want to implement the same. So we need to create a route. So we'll go here to the web.php, and then I'll come and say we have another route which takes us to create blog posts. Create blog posts. Then I'll copy this. Then I'll edit it. So we are going to /blog, since we are still dealing with the blog. And what are we going to do there? To create a blog post. Then we hit the controller. Of course, the method name should be the same as this one. So I'll paste this here. Then the name should be blog.create. So we are loading the controller and calling a method by the name create, and the blog name should be blog.create. So let's create this method blog.create. So I'll go to blog controller, copy this. So the method is create. So when the method is called, what do we want to do? We want to return a view. So let's call it create blog post. If you don't like my naming, you can change it to your desire. So we'll call it create blog post. We don't have this view, so let's create it. Control C, go to views. Here we are. Create a new file, .blade.php, and as of now we are just going to display a h1. Just say create page, then save. Then let's go to our dashboard. Let's go to our dashboard. When someone clicks create post, so to which route should they be taken to? So let's create the route. Let's provide the route name, and the route name was blog.create. So we are saying when someone clicks on create post, this blog.create should be checked if it's there in the web.php. So Laravel will come here, it will check, do you have such a route name? Yes. So it will take you to this URL and it will load this controller, and this method will be called. So the create method will be called, and when it's called, it will return this view, and we have that view. And as of now, we are just displaying this h1. So let's see if it's working. I'll refresh, then click create post, and there we go, it's working. So let's extend our layout. That extends layout, save, see what you have. We have a layout. So let's provide the form. So at section, it's called main. Then I'll just copy the form. It's just a HTML form, no any Laravel. So I'll come here, here's the form, up to there, copy it, go back and paste the form, save. Then when you come back here, refresh, and we have the form. And the form is inheriting the styles of the contact form from the contact page. So that's it for this lesson. In the next lesson, let's see how we can implement a HTML editor. That is a WYSIWYG HTML editor, which simply means what you see is what you get. And as always, if this video has been of any help to you, kindly consider supporting my work by subscribing, leaving a comment and a like. Cheers. Having your text area like this is okay, but it has some limitations. For example, it's not easy for you to make this bold, or make this a H1 or H2, or make this italic, and that's where WYSIWYG HTML editors come in. And in this tutorial, we are going to use one called CK editor, and to implement it, it's very easy. So what you do, here's the documentation. There will be a link in the description for the same documentation. So the first thing is that you take this script tag and then you put it in your head tag. So I'll go to my project, in my layout, I'll have it in my head tag, then save. Then I'll go back to the documentation. The next thing I'm supposed to provide is that I have to have the script in my body. So I'll go to the body, which is the same, which is in the layout. Then I'll have this here. Then the last thing is that the ID of your text area should be the same as the ID that we have here. So in our case, our ID Do you have idea? Our ID is body, so we need to change that. Come here and change it to body, then save. Come here, go back to the project and refresh, and just like that we have our CK editor up and running. And that's how you implement it in Laravel. And as always, if this video has been of help to you, kindly consider supporting my work. If you have not subscribed to this channel, kindly consider subscribing, leaving a comment and a like. Cheers. We now have 3 views dealing with the blog posts, and the first one is blog, the second one is create blog post, and the third one is single blog post. Let's do some cleaning so that it is easy to understand and change this code in the future. So I'll go to views folder and I'll create a new folder and I'll call it blog posts. Then I'll copy every view that has anything to do with the blog posts inside this folder. So I'll come, the first one is blog, and the second one is create, and the third one is single. So I'll move all this here. So now anytime I want to update anything to do with the blog posts, so it's easy to know, because I'll just see this folder blog post, and then I'll click here and I'll update anything to do with the blog posts. We also have to update our controller, so I'll come here and here I'll just say blog posts dot blog. So what happens is Laravel will come and check in this folder, then it will take the first name to be a folder, so it will check in blog posts, then dot, it will check the second name as a view, so dot blog. So let's update the rest as well. So I'll copy this, paste here and paste here, then save. Now we don't have a dot here, let's include a dot and a dot here, so save. Let's see if this is still working. I'll do a refresh, click blog, it's working. Single blog, it's working. The next cleanup I'd like to do is when you go to your layout, and this was actually suggested by one of my viewers in the lesson where we implemented the CK editor. So in that lesson we included our CDN in the layout, and this script tag we included it in the footer. So he suggested that we should he thought that we should put this in the create blog post, and I agree with him. And the reason is, when you come here now and try to view source, look, we are loading the CDN here and we are also loading the script tag, and yet we don't require the CDN in this page. There is nothing that is happening here that requires that CDN. So let's make sure that we only load that in this create blog post. So what we'll do, we'll come here, I'll cut this, then I'll just say at yield head, then go to my create blog post, then up here I'll say at section head, then I'll include that CDN. Then I'll do the same for the script tag that we have at the footer. So I'll come here, I'll cut this, then at yield I'll say scripts, save, then come back to the create blog, then down here I'll say at section, we called it scripts, then paste that, then save. Then if I come here and try to refresh this, so now we no longer have the script at the footer and we no longer have the CDN. But when I go to the dashboard, I check create post, we still have our CK editor, and if I check the view source, we have the CDN, and down here we have the script. So that's it for this lesson. In the next lesson, let's see how we can request and validate users' inputs. Until then, as always, if this video has been of any help to you, kindly consider supporting my work by subscribing, leaving a comment and a like. Cheers. Before we start this lesson, I'd like to mention something that I forgot to mention before and I should have mentioned. And that is, when you go to post migration, you'll notice that we have a user ID column that we are using to associate a post with a user ID, and that helps us to know a post belongs to what user. The thing is that we also require another column of category ID, and that will help us associate a post with a category ID, and that will help us to know a post belongs to what category. That affects nothing in this tutorial, I just forgot to mention, and we did not use it then because we had not yet created categories. So later, when you start working on categories, I just want you to know that we will revisit this migration and update it to have a category ID. With that said, let's switch back to the main objective of this lesson, and the objective is to be able to request users input. And for one to be able to request users inputs, a user first should fill a form. After filling a form, they'll click submit, and after clicking submit, we need a URL here of where we want to send the inputs from the form. So let's go to web.php file and create that URL. So I'll copy this, then come here and paste. And now we are not creating a blog post, so we are storing, so I'll say store. And the end goal is to store a blog post to the database. So store blog post to the database. Then I'll come here and I'll update this method. Now we are using get, but now the thing is that we are not receiving something from the server, so we cannot use a get method. So we are going to use a post method. So after that, I'll come here, and from the way we've been creating the URL so far, you might want to come here and change this to store, and then change this to store method, and this route name to blog.store. And this will work just fine. There's nothing wrong with this. But in Laravel, there is a convention. When you're using a post method, you don't provide the action here. So you leave it like that. And it's good to understand the conventions so that when we start working on resource controllers, it will be very easy for you to understand what is happening and you'll not be confused. So I'll save this, then I'll go back to the form. So I'll provide the URL and I'll use the route name. So I'll say route, and the name is blog.store. The method from the controller is post method. Then, since we are using a file, an input with a type of file here, you need to include the enctype attribute, and it should be multipart form data. Whenever you are dealing with a file, you need to include this. If you don't, it will not work as expected, because you need this attribute to send a file. So I'll save, and the last thing to do is to protect this form from CSRF attacks. And it's very easy in Laravel. What you do is that you just provide the CSRF directive. So I'll come here and say at CSRF, then save. And that way we are done with the form. So let's go to the controller and create this store message. Not message, store method, sorry. Then come here, copy this, and the method is store. Then let's remove all this. So for us to be able to request the inputs, we will use the request object. So I'll come here and I'll inject it. I'll say request. Then we have several of them. So come here, make sure you choose the one with illuminate HTTP request. So I'll select the first one. Then I'll put it in a variable. So I'll say request. So this is just this object. I've stored it in a variable. So I can use this variable to access the methods inside the object. So I can come here, if I want to request something, I can just say let's say all inputs, let's take a variable and say all inputs is equal to, then I'll use the request variable, then I'll just use the all method from the request object, so I'll say all, and from this I can just then dump all inputs to see if it's working, then save. So let's see if this is working. Go to the form, refresh, provide something, just say title1, choose a file, come here, provide something, I'll just say body1, then submit. And when you do that, we get everything from the form. We get a token, this is generated by the CSRF. We get the title is title1, body, we have body1 inside the p tags. Then you have the image here, and you have its original name, MIME type, and a lot of information about the file, the image file. And that is how you request inputs from a form. But in this case, we requested everything. What if you want just to request one input? So you can delete all this. Let's say maybe we just want the title. You can say title equals to, then request, use the input method. Then in here you pass the value of the name attribute. So you go to the form, and the name attribute, the value is title. So if you want to request from this input, so if you want to request from this, the name attribute is body. So let's request the title. So go back to the controller, and I'll have this as title. Then here I'll just then dump the title. Let's see if that is working. Go back, refresh, let's say title2, then submit, and there we go, we are able to request the input. But now if you go to your form, refresh, then don't provide anything, then submit, you'll end up with null. And we wouldn't want this, because if you allow this, a user might post a blog post by mistake without providing the title, and we will end up with a blog post without a title, and we would really not want that. So in the next video, let's see how we can validate so that a user, when they try to post a blog post without a title, we can be able to tell them you've not provided a title, you need to provide a title, and we cannot allow to post a blog post without a title. With that said, thank you very much for watching and your continued support. If this video has been of any help to you, kindly consider supporting my work by subscribing, leaving a comment and a like. Cheers. Validating users' inputs is very easy. So what we will do, we will just remove all this, then we will use the request object. Then since we want to validate, we'll use the validate method. And then the validate method takes an array, and the first thing that you provide here is the value of the name attribute that you want to validate. So in our case, let's validate title. Then after that, you provide the validation rule. So let's say it's required, then save. After that, we can come here and we can just then dump something, and we can say, we can come here and say validation passed. You can now request the input. So we only want to request the input if it passes the validation. If it doesn't pass the validation, this method will never be called. So let's see what happens when we pass the validation. So I'll go to the form and I'll just say title, then submit, and there we've passed the validation. So the validation has passed. So what happened is Laravel checked the title is required. Did they provide a title? Yes, we did. So that's when it called this method. Let's see if you don't provide a title, what happens. Go back, leave this blank, then submit. And then notice it redirects back to the same page. Notice here in the bar, I click submit, it loads, then redirects back, and this is okay. But now the problem is it is not giving the user a feedback of what went wrong. So in the next video, let's see how we can display error messages here so that the user can know what went wrong. Thank you very much for watching and your continued support. If this video has been of any help to you, kindly consider supporting my work by subscribing to this channel, leaving a like and a comment. Cheers. To display the error message, you go to where you would like to display it. So in my case, I'll go below this input, and then you use @error directive. So I'll say @error. Then here you pass the value of the name attribute. So in this case, we want to show the error of this input if we have an error, and so we'll use the title. So I'll say title, and then in here I'll display the message variable. And how this works is that if this validation fails for this attribute, Laravel will come and give you something like this. It will say then attribute value field is or must be, then it will finish with the validation rule. So what this does is that if it fails, it will say the attribute value is title. So we will have the title field is, then it will take the validation rule. So in our case, the validation rule is required. So it will be the title field is required. In some cases, it will use must be, and we will see that later. So I'll save that and let's see if that is working. Go to the browser, click submit, and yes, it's working. The title field is required. Let's give that some styling. So I'll come here, cut this, then I'll use a p tag, paste it, then I'll style it. I'll give it a color of red, give it a margin bottom of 25 pixels, then save. Let's see how that looks like. Submit, and now this is what you have. The title field is required. This looks better. So let's go ahead and validate the other fields. So I'll go to the controller and copy this. The next thing we want is the image. That's the next field. So I'll say image, and I'll say it's required. You can also add more validation rules. So I'll say it has to be an image. You can check out all the validation rules, and you can add the one that you think are suitable for your application. So the other thing we want here is the body. So I'll just paste that rather. Then I'll say body, it's required, then save. And then you have a problem here. Let's see what it is. Yeah, it's because we don't have a comma here. Then save, and that's good. So now let's go back to the form and have the error directive in below every input. So I'll come here, and here the name is, it's the name, the name is image. Do the same for the body. Change this to body, save. Let's see if that's working. Click submit, and there we go, it's working. The title field is required, the image field is required, the body field is required. But now we have a problem. You see, Laravel takes the default value, the default attribute value. So if I come and choose a file, and I want now to choose a file that is not an image, so let me choose this PHP file, open. Now the validation rule will pass. Let me refresh this first so that it doesn't become confusing. So let's say we have a fresh form. Let's choose a file, I'll choose a PHP file. So Laravel will come and check the image. It's required. Did you provide something for the file? Yeah. Then it will check for the next validation rule. Is it an image? And of course that's not an image. Let's see what that will give us. So if I come here and submit, we have an error message, and it is saying the image must be an image, and this is very bad user experience. You can't say the image must be an image. So if it's an image, why are you telling us it has to be an image? And this is because by default Laravel takes this first to be the value of the attribute. So we need to customize this so that it doesn't read like this. So we will have some circumstances where you'll need to customize the error message. So in the next video, let's see how we can customize the error message. And as always, thank you very much for supporting my work and watching this video. And if this video has been of any help to you, kindly consider supporting my work by subscribing, leaving a comment and a like. Cheers. To customize the error message, you go to resources, learn, then validation, and in here the first thing you provide is that you go to your form, and then you want to customize the validation for this input. So you go to your name attribute, then you grab the value. So the value here is image. So I'll go back and I'll have this as image. Then I'll have an array, and here the first thing I'll provide is the validation rule that we want to customize. So if you go to a block controller, we want when the image validation rule fails, that's when we want to customize. So come back here and we'll say image, and then we will provide the message that we want. So here I'll just say the file must be an image. That's it, then save. So if I come back, I try to upload something that a file that is not an image, then I submit, and now we have a nice validation error. The file must be an image, and that's how you do it. And to add something on this, here we have a guide on how to do it, but I don't understand because here they're saying that you should provide an attribute name, and to my understanding the attribute name, this is the attribute name, and if you do that it will not work. So name, ID, type, those are the attributes name. So to my understanding, I think this should be attribute value and not attribute name. If you understand this better, please help me out in the comments. Let me know if you agree with how it is, because as of now I think it should be attribute value. So let's leave that aside and go back to the form and note something. If I refresh my page and the user provide, let's say, a title, and he says and the user says something like hi there, and then they submit. Now the validation does not fail for the title, it fails for the file and the body. But when we check our form, we no longer have the data that we had provided here, and this is a very bad user experience. So it will be nice if we can retain whatever the user provides if the validation doesn't fail, and that's what we are going to cover in the next lesson. As always, if this video has been of any help to you, kindly consider supporting my work by subscribing, liking and leaving a comment. Cheers. When you fill this form, let's say you say title and here you say body, then click submit. Validation will fail, and what happens behind the scenes is that whenever validation fails, Laravel will take the inputs that you had provided and it will store them to the session. Then when you go to your form, when you want to access those inputs, you just use the old method. So you come here in the input and you say we want the value to be, instead of hard coding something, we grab it from the session and we use the old method. So I'll come here and say old, then I want the title, then I'll copy this go to the text area, and in the text area it works differently. You can't use the value attribute. If you want to place a value in the text area, you put it here. So I'll paste this here, and I'll change this and say I want the old body from the session. For the file, the old method will not work because of some security reasons, so you cannot grab the old file using the old method. So I'll save this, then I'll refresh and try it out. So I'll say body, title, then here I'll say body and try to submit, and there we go. We now have our old body and old title. The last thing to note is that Laravel will store these inputs in the session for the next request only, and when you refresh, it means now we are in the next request. So if you refresh again, we will be in another request, and so you will not have these inputs. So if you try and refresh, you lose all your inputs. So that's it for this lesson. The next lesson, let's see now how we can request these inputs and store them in the database to create a post. Thank you for watching, and if this video has been of any help to you, kindly consider supporting my work by subscribing, leaving a like and a comment. Cheers! Before we store a post to the database, first let's have all the info that we require to create a post. So when you go to the post migration, the first thing we need is an ID, and this will be created for us automatically. The second thing that we need is a title. So I'll come here and I'll say title is equal to request input, and the input is title. After that, the next thing we have is a slug, and we will not request this from the form. We will generate it from the title that we get from the form. So I'll come here and I'll say slug is equal to, then use str class, then slug, so select this one. Then for some reasons that I don't know why, this does not get imported up here, so I'll use that manually. So I'll say use str. There are several. Choose the one that has illuminate support str. After that, I'll come back here, and the second argument I'll pass is an hyphen. Then I'll save. And what this will do is that it will, if for example your topic is the best coding book, it will convert it to something like this. So it will convert everything to lowercase, then it will separate every word with an hyphen. So that's what this str slug does. So with that said, let's see what we need next. After that, we need the user ID, and that's the same as the ID of the authenticated user. So I'll come here and I'll say user ID is equal to, and to get that I'll use the auth facade. So I'll say auth, then I'll get the user. I'll use the user method, and this will get me the user, and the user has the ID, has the name, has the email of the user, and so on and so forth. I don't want all that, I just want the ID. So I'll come here and say just get me the ID. Then after that, we have image path. I'd like to cover that last, so let's skip that and work on the body. So we need the body of the post. So for the body, I'll just come here and say body is equal to, then I can just copy this, paste it here, and replace this title with body. So now we are left with the image path. For the timestamps, that will be created for us. So for the image path is a topic on its own. So in the next lesson, let's learn about file upload. So that marks the end of this lesson, and if this video has been of any help to you, kindly consider supporting my work by subscribing, liking, and leaving a comment. Cheers! Uploading file in Laravel is very easy. So the first thing you do is that you request the file from the form. So I'll come here and say request. Then since you are uploading a file, you don't use the input method, you use the file method. Then here you pass the value of the name attribute that you are requesting. So in our case it is image, so I'll come here and say image. Then after requesting it, we need to store it, so you'll just come here and use the store method. Then you need to tell Laravel in what disk do you want to store that image. And when you go to config file systems, here it is, you'll see that we have disks here, we have local, public and S3. Now if you want your image to be publicly visible, you can see it is stated here, visibility public. You need to use the public disk, and in our case we are dealing with blog posts, and they should be public so that people can see the posts. So we should use the public disk. So I'll come here and I'll pass public disk, and just like that you've requested and stored a file in your application. And you might be asking yourself now, so where is this public disk located? So when you come here, scroll down, then go to storage, app public. This is your public disk. So by now we are able to upload a file. Let's see if this is working. So I'll come here, I'll provide anything, choose a file, then provide anything here, then submit. Let's see if that file has been uploaded. When I come to app public, here we go, and here is our file. It has been uploaded for us. Now one thing to notice is that when you use the store method, it will create a file with a unique ID that will serve as the name of that file. So even if you upload 1 million images, they will all have a unique ID. So you don't have to worry about the name of the file that you are uploading. And the next thing to know is that if you want to upload the files but you don't want them to be in public, you want them to be in a folder inside public. So for example, public, and then again something like post images, then your image. You can pass your folder name as the first argument in this store method. So you can come here and do this. Then the first argument, you say, you call it whatever you want. So I'll call this posts images, then save. So let's delete this and resubmit the form and see what will happen. Go back to the application, and now we have public, then we have post images folder, then when you open it we have an image. The challenge now is to access these images. As we know, Laravel, when trying to access assets, it will go to your public folder and then it will check for the assets, and by assets I mean CSS, images or JavaScript, and as of now we don't have those images in here. So we need to make a copy of these images, these post images and image in here. And how we do that, we use something called symbolic link. So you just go to your terminal and say php artisan storage : link. Notice after the code will finish executing, we'll have a copy of this in the public folder. As of now we don't have it. So here I press enter, and after it finishes running, go to your public, and here you have storage and post images and your image. So the last thing is to create an image path, and we can clearly see that the image path is storage, post images, then the name of the image. So I'll do something here. I'll come and return whatever we get here. I'll return it. Let's see what we get. Save, come here, resubmit, and this is what we get. I'll copy it, come with it here and comment it out so that you can see what is happening. So when we return this, we get this, but this is not what we want. What we want is storage, then post images, then the name. So we can just come here and add and say, okay, before that give me storage, then concatenate it with whatever we get here, and we will get the image path. So I'll copy this, cut it, paste it here, and remove all this. So let's return this and see what we will get. Storage and whatever we were getting. Save, come here, refresh, and this is what we get. Storage posts. Now we need to add a / here, then save, then refresh. So now we have storage / post images and the name of the image, and that's exactly what we want. Storage / post images and then the name of the image. So now we can confidently say that image path is the same as whatever we get here. So the image will be stored for us, and what we want to return is what we want to get after that is just the image path. So as of now, we have everything that we need to create and store a blog post in the database. So in the next video, let's learn how to create and store a post in the database. And as always, if this video has been of any help to you, kindly consider supporting my work by subscribing, liking, and leaving a comment. Cheers. In Laravel, for you to be able to interact with your table and do things like inserting something into the table, updating or deleting, and so on and so forth, you need to use something called a model. So we use a model to interact with our table. And to create a model in Laravel is very easy. You just go to the terminal and you say PHP artisan make model. Then we have a convention of naming a model. You just don't give it any name. And the first thing you do is that it has to be the same name as the name of your table. So the model that you want to interact with this post table, it has to be the same name as the name of the table. So I'll go to the terminal and I'll say posts. But we have two exceptions. Number one, the name should not be plural. It should be in singular form. So I'll remove the S. And the second and the last exception is that it should not start with a lowercase letter. So I'll go to P and replace it with an uppercase letter, and that's it. That's how you name all your models. So I'll press enter, and when you go to models, now we have a post model created for us. Now we can interact with our table, and creating a model, it's very easy as well. Not a model, creating a post rather, is very easy as well. So you come here, you just say post will be equal to a new instance of that model. So new post. So now we have a new object, and now we can provide the value of the properties. So you can just come here and say post title is the same as whatever we get up here. So copy that and paste it here. So I'll copy this again, come down here and say post slug. So we need a slug. Select these two and say post slug is the same as what we have here, which is slug. Then paste this. We need user ID, so I'll come and replace this with the user ID. So post user ID in the table should be the same as whatever we have here. Then you have the body, so replace this with body, so the same as this body. Then you need the image path, so here and say image path. Then after that we need to save it to the database. So you just come here and say post save, and that's all. That will save it to the database. We actually don't need this. So after saving it to the database, we can return back to the same page. So we can say after you save it to the database, return redirect then back. And what this will do is that after saving it, it will return and redirect to the same page. So let's save, let's test that and see if it's working. Come here, so I'll say a title, I'll say first title to database, choose an image, let's say first body to the database, and then submit. And now we have been redirected back to the same page. Let's go to the database and see if we have that. So if I refresh and we have it, let me expand this, so we have the title, there we go, first title to database. We have the slug, it's created for us, first title to DB. We have the user ID that created this post. We have the image path, which you can access, and we have the body, and we have when it was created. And that's how you create and store a post to the database. So in the next video, let's see how we can provide feedback to the user so that they can know their post was created successfully. And as always, if this video has been of help to you, kindly consider supporting my work by liking, commenting, and subscribing to this channel. Cheers. When a user creates a post and they are redirected back, it would be nice to give them some feedback and let them know that their post was created successfully. So to do that, I will go to the controller and I'll say here with, and what this method does is that it stores data in the session and it stores it in the next request only. So here I'll provide the key, I'll call it anything, so I'll say status, you can use any name, status, then the value I will say post created successfully, then save. So to show this value, just go to the page that you will be redirected to, and here you will use the @if directive, and you will say if session has the key we called it status, if that is true, then you can output the value. And to output the value, you can just come here and I will use a p tag, p tag, good. Then I'll just say session, then the key that we used, which is status, then save. Let's see if that is working. I'll come back here, I'll provide anything, then submit, and there we go, we have a feedback, post created successfully. I can as well style this a bit, so come here and give it some styling, save, come and try something else, different image, then submit, and there we go, this looks better. So now in the next lesson, let's see how we can display the blog dynamically. As of now they are hard coded, let's see how we can display them here dynamically. And as always, if this video has been of any help to you, kindly consider supporting my work by subscribing, liking, and commenting. Cheers. In this lesson, we were supposed to learn how to display blog posts dynamically. But later I realized for us to be able to display every info that is required in a blog post, we first have to write an eloquent relationship between a post and a user. So I'll go to the terminal and I'll open my Tinker. So I'll say PHP artisan Tinker. Then I'll copy this. Then here I'll come and say I want a post to be equal to. Then I'll paste this namespace, then go to post model, then find a post with an ID of 1. Then from here, since I have a post now, here I saved all this in this variable, I can try and say post, get me the user of this post, and we get null. And of course, this is not true. This post has a user with this ID, so someone wrote this post, and as of now we cannot be able to access that because we've not written the eloquent relationship. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'll come here, and to do this easily, what you do is that you just come here and say we have. So what we have here, this is a post model, which means we have a post. We can be able to access a post. So you say we have a post, and then you write the relationship. What is the relationship between a post and a user? So every post belongs to someone. So we can come here and say we have a post and it belongs to a user. So notice it belongs to a user, not users. So this will tell you how your function should be called. So I'll copy that, and down here I'll say public function, user. Then in here I'll say return this. Think of this as this post. So if you're in the user model, this will mean this model. So since you're in the post model, it means this post. So what's the relationship between this post? This post belongs, we had written it here, belongs to a user, but here you pass a model, then it's a class, and that's it. So let's do the same in the user model. So I'll come here and come here, and I'll say we have. So we're in the user model, so we should be able to access a user. So we have a user, and write the relationship. What's the relationship between a user and a post? So every user can have 2, 5, 10 or more posts. So you have a user, and a user has many posts, and this will tell you this should tell you what your method should be called. So it should be posts. So I'll come here and I'll say public function posts, then return this again. So this, since you're in the user model, it refers to this user. So what about this user? This user has many posts. So here you pass a model, and it's a class. Save. Now whenever you make changes in your models, first stop your exit your Tinker, then get back to it so that it can fetch the new changes. So I'll come here and I'll say exit, then clear, then run open PHP at some Tinker again. Then here I'll try to grab the post again. There we go. Then I'll try to get the user associated with that post, and there we go. Now we can be able to access the user. And if I want to access the name, I'll just say post user, then name. So I can say here name, and there we go. We get the name, the username of this post. And we needed to do this relationship so that we can be able to display the person that has written a post. So without this relationship, that wouldn't be possible. Last thing that I want you to notice is that when we are accessing a user, notice that we are accessing a user as a property, but here we wrote a method. And that is because under the hood, Laravel is making it possible for you to be able to access a user as a property, but at the end of the day, it is a method that is being called. That's it for this lesson. If this video has been of any help to you, kindly consider supporting my work by subscribing, leaving a comment and a like. Cheers. The blog posts are hard-coded. Let's display them dynamically from the database. So I'll go where we are rendering this view. So I'll go to blog controller, and this is where we are rendering that view. So I'll fetch all the posts. So I'll say posts is equal to, then I'll take the post model and fetch all the posts. Then I will pass all the posts inside this view. So I'll come and say compact is posts, and so now all the posts are available in this view. Save, go to that view, and now let's display them dynamically. So we have this first blog post, second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. So these are the hard-coded ones. So I'll delete them and just leave one. Then I'll loop through the posts. So I'll set for each posts as post, as post. Then I'll cut this, paste it here. Then everything is hard-coded. Let's display them dynamically. So I'll remove this, and I'll say after each iteration, kindly give me the post image path. And here I want when it was created. So I'll come and say post and I'll copy this to use it later, and then I want created at. Then here, since we have already written the relationship between a post and a user, so if we have a post, we can get a user, and we can get from the user, we can get the name. After that, we have here, let's have a title here. So we'll say post title, and I think we have everything that we need. Save, go to the browser, refresh, and there it's working. But the time, let's change it to something that is easily readable to humans. So I'll go back, created that, and I'll use diff for humans method. So I'll say diff for humans method. Save, then refresh, and that is working properly. So now we want, when we click here, it takes us to that blog. For now it's hard-coded, so let's work on that. I'll come here, and so when we click here, this is the title. It will take us to this route. We need to give that route the post that we want it to render. So as the second argument here, you can pass the post, then save. So now when you go to blog.show, let's go there. Here we are hard coding this. If you want to get this post in our route, we use something called route parameter. So remove this and then use single curly braces. Then here you can give it any name that you want. I'll go with the post, and now whatever you pass here will be available here, and by default Laravel will take the ID of that post. So now the ID is what will be picked from here. So here it's now we are passing the ID of that post. Let's test that. Save, go back here, refresh, click this, and notice on the URL we are grabbing the ID. Go back, try a different one, and notice we are grabbing the ID, but we don't want our URL to have an ID. For the purpose of search engine optimization, we want it to be the slug. So you can tell Laravel, kindly when you grab the ID from here, kindly don't grab the ID, grab the slug. And you do that by just coming here and using a colon, and tell it please pick slug and not the ID. So save, go back, do a refresh, go click the first title, and notice now we have the slug and not the ID. So now we want to grab this slug so that we can be able to get a post associated with that slug. So when you go to show method, let's have this here. When you go to show method, where is it? Here it is. So to grab this, just come here in your method and provide what do we call it, a variable, sorry. So provide a variable and you can call it anything you want. So I'll call it slug. So whatever we have here will be passed here, and you can use any name. So if I come here now and try to dump and die the slug, then save, so it should give me what is passed here, and that is the slug. So let's try that and see if it's working. So I'll refresh, click here, and now we get the slug. Try a different one, we get the slug. That's good. So now let's fetch a post that is associated with that slug. So I'll come here and I'll say post is equal to, I'll take the post model, and then I'll say where the slug in the post table is the same as this slug that we are getting here. So I'll copy that and I'll have it here. It's a variable, and then the first one, so I'll say first. So now we have the post, so we can pass it here as the second argument and say compact, then say post. So now this single blog post view has access to that post, so we can render that post dynamically. So we'll come here and we'll say, so almost everything here is the same as what we had in the blog page. So I'll just copy paste. So I'll come here, we have the title, I'll copy this, and here we're supposed to have a title, so I'll replace that. Then the second thing we need is when it was created. So here we are, I'll copy this and paste it here. User, I'll copy this and paste it here. What else do we need? An image. So I'll copy this and paste it here. What else? We need the body. So I'll remove all this hard-coded text. Then we will say, I'll come here and say post body. So let's see if that is working. Save, come back, refresh, click here, and yes, it's working. We have that image. Try a different one, and yes, it's working. But notice the body, we have the HTML tags. So to escape that, you just come here and you'll use single curly brace, and then here you'll have double exclamation marks, and here double exclamation marks, then save, come here and refresh, and now we are good. The last thing we want to do is that when you go to homepage, we also have blog posts here, and we have 4. So let's render these dynamically as well. So I'll go to welcome page, welcome controllers, So this is where we have the welcome page being rendered. Then I'll grab all the posts. So I'll say posts is equal to post. Then I don't want all the posts. I want the latest one, and I don't want all the latest ones. I want to take the 4 latest ones. So I'll say take 4, then get them. Then I'll pass the posts here. So we need to import this. So come here and say use post model, then pass the posts into this view. So I'll come here and say compact posts, then go to welcome page, and here we have the hard-coded blog posts. So where's the first one? Here it is, 1 2 3 4. So I'll remove all of them, and they're all the same. They have the same styling as the ones in the where we have all blog posts. So I'll come here and I'll copy this loop, then I'll come here and I'll paste it there, save. So go back, refresh, and now we are fetching them dynamically. And if you try to click on a single post, it takes you to that post. So that's it for this lesson. The next lesson, let's learn about a route model binding. And as always, if this video has been of any help to you, kindly consider supporting my work by subscribing, leaving a comment and a like. Cheers. See it as the last post. It will be nice if you can see the latest post as the first post here. So let's fix that. So I'll go to the controller, and here instead of fetching all, I'll say give me all, but start with the latest one. Then get. Save. Go back to the browser, refresh, and now we have the latest one as the first post. After that, I want to fix this. I want this pagination to be here. So I'll come to the blog page, I'll cut that pagination, I'll have it down here, and then a break tag here, then save, refresh, and that is better. So now let's learn about route model binding. So I'll go to the show method in block controller here. So now there is another way that we can achieve the same objective of showing a single block, and that is using route model binding. So I'll comment this out, then here I'm going to say route using route model binding. Then here I'm going to say public function, it is show, then let's return this view. So how this works is that you inject the post model in here. So I'll come here and say post, then you have a variable here. I will call, let's use the same variable which was slug, but for this route model binding to work, you need to have your variable to match the name that you use here in your route parameter. So this is post, so we need to have this match that, so we will call this post. And now that's it. Behind the scenes, since here you've already indicated that you want to use slug, behind the scene Laravel will check a post where the slug is whatever we will have received here. So it will go to this model and it will look for a post which matches the slug that we get from the route, and by that now you have your post. You don't need to do all this, and this is called route model binding. So if I save, this should work. Blog, I think we have some changes here. Save. So if I go back here and refresh, working, I click the title, latest post, and it's working as before. Yeah, everything is working as before. So that is route model binding. In the next lesson, let's learn about how to make unique slug without using a package. Thank you for watching, and if this video has been of any help to you, kindly consider supporting my work by subscribing, leaving a comment and a like. Cheers! Before we learn about generating unique slug, let's quickly fix a route precedence problem. So when we try to visit create post now, we cannot be able to access the page to create a post, and yet we are visiting blog/create, and that's because we have a route precedence problem. So what is happening is when we visit /blog/create, this route is the one that is being loaded. So what is happening is that we are going to blog/create. So we are trying to look for a blog post with a slug of create, and when you check that in the database, we don't have such a thing, and that's why we are getting a 404 not found. So to fix that, we need to move this to be at the bottom of this so that it stops taking precedence. So now when you visit blog/create, first this is what will happen. So I'll delete this, save, try to refresh now, and now it's working as it was before. So that's how we fix that problem. Next, now let's work on generating unique slug. If this video has been of any help to you, kindly consider supporting my work by subscribing to this channel, leaving a like and a comment. Cheers! I have a post with the title of last post, and last post slug is generated. If another post with a similar title is created, a similar slug will be created, and this will cause problem because when we try to view a single blog post with the slug of last post, then when we get to the database, we'll find that we have two posts with similar slugs, and that will cause problems such as we might end up with a blog post with an image that it was not originally created with. So to fix that problem, we need to make the slug unique, and how we are going to do it in this tutorial is that after generating the slug the way we are generating it, we will also make sure that we add a hyphen and the ID of that post, and this will ensure that the slug will always be unique because the ID of the post will always be unique. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'll go to my controller, and here where we are creating the slug, we've said to make it unique we will add a hyphen and also the ID of that post. So I'll give it a variable and I'll call it post ID. Then come to think of it is that this ID is not yet created. This post, we've not yet saved it in the database. As of now, in my case, I have 6 blog posts. So meaning the next that I'm going to create will have an ID of 7, but it's not yet created. So to get that ID, what we are going to do is that we'll come up here and we will say that the post ID is equal to, grab the post model, then I'll say latest, and this will give me all the blog posts, but they will be arranged from the one that was created last. So I don't want all of them, I just want one only, the last one. So I'll say take one, and this will give me the last blog post to be created. Then after that, to get it as an object, I'll say first, and this will give me the last blog post to be created as an object. and from this I want to grab its ID. So if you go ahead and dump and die this, it should give you the ID of your last blog post. So like in my case, my last blog post is 6, it should give me an ID of 6. If you have 15 blog posts, it should give you an ID of 15 if you have 15 posts. So then to get the ID of the next post to be created, you will need to add 1 to whatever you get here. So in my case, the next should have an ID of 7, so I should add 1 to 6. So I'll come here and I'll say, after getting all that, kindly add 1, and that way I'll get the ID of the post even before creating it. Then save. So let's see if that is working. Come here. Think it has earned. Okay, we are good. So I'll go to the form and I'll create a post with the same title. So here it is last post. So I'll create the same, then I'll submit. After submitting, created successfully, I'll come here and I'll refresh to see the new post. And there we go, here it is. So let me click on it. So we have 2 posts, last post, last post. I click here and notice here the ID is unique 7. So if you create another one with the same title, it will have an ID of 8, and that way we'll always have a unique slug. Thank you for watching, and if this video has been of any help to you, kindly consider supporting my work by subscribing, leaving a like and a comment. Cheers! Here I am logged in and I can be able to access the create form. When I go to incognito, I am not logged in, but I can still be able to access the create form, and that's a problem because we wouldn't want a user who is not authenticated to be able to create a blog post. So we need to fix this, and we will fix this using middlewares. And a middleware, think of a middleware as a security check that is checking if you have a certain card. If you have that card, it will allow you to pass. If you don't have that card, it will not allow you to pass. So you can do it in your web.php file. So let's say, for example, we need to provide a security check in this blog.create. You can come here and say middleware, then give the name of the card that you want to check. So it's the authenticated card. So we want to check if someone has this authenticated card. If they don't have, we will not allow them to see what we have here. If they have it, we will allow them to see. So let's save, come back. Now I'm authenticated, which means because I'm logged in, which means I have the card, I have the authentication card. So if I refresh, I can still be able to see the form. I go to incognito, I am not authenticated, because I'm not logged in, so the application doesn't know if I have the card, so it will not allow me to see what that route is returning. So if I refresh, now it's telling me, please show me the authentication card, and you show the authentication card by logging in. So you can do it here in the web.php, or you can do it in your controller. So I'll go to my controller. So you can repeat every route that you want to have an authentication. Then in the controller, you can use a construct function. So you can come here and say public function construct. Then in here we will say this middleware. Then the name of our middleware is auth. Then save. So now it means every method that we have in here will have to pass the authentication. If it doesn't, it will fail. So if I come here, I try to go to contact, sorry, not to contact, to blog, it will say that I have to be authenticated. I try to go to blog, create, I have to be authenticated. But now we don't want to authenticate everything. We want our blog posts to be public. Anyone can see them. You don't have to be authenticated to see them. So we can come here and say except. So now we exclude a certain method, and then you can give the method that you want to exclude. So the method that is showing us the blog posts is index. So here we can come and say except index, then save, come back, go to blog again, and now we can be able to see the blog post. But if you try to go to blog, create, you have to be authenticated. And that's how you use middlewares. Thank you for watching, and if this video has been of any benefit to you, kindly consider supporting my work by subscribing, leaving a comment and a like. Cheers. I'm in blog view, and on top of every image of every blog post I've added this div, and inside the div I have an edit link and a form that is not doing anything now because I've not implemented any Laravel. And when I go to the browser, this is what I have. So on top of every image I have the edit and the delete. Before we implement the edit page, first let's make sure that these links are seen by the people who are supposed to. So I'll go here and I'll copy this, I'll cut it actually, then I'll say @auth, then paste. So by this I mean for you to see this you have to be authenticated. So if I come here and refresh, I'll see it because I'm authenticated. So if you log out, you'll not be able to see these links. But again, now I am this user. I'm not supposed to see the links for a user that is not me. So I should not be saying edit and delete, and yet I did not create this post. So let's implement that as well. So I'll come here, I'll cut this, and I'll say @if, then I'll check authenticated user, @if authenticated user, then check their ID and check if it's equal to. So now we have the post, so we can see who created this post. So you can come here and say the post user ID. So if the authenticated user ID is equal to post user ID, it means this user is the one who created this post. So if that is true, only then show me this. So if I save, go back, refresh, so I no longer see the edit and delete button because I'm not the one who created this post. That is good. Now let's go ahead and implement such that when someone clicks edit, they are taken to an edit page and they can be able to edit a blog post that they clicked on. So here I'll provide a route. So I'll say route, and I'll give it a name of blog.edit. So we've not yet created this route, so we will create it. Then I'll pass the post that I want to edit, and remember by default Laravel will take the ID of that post. So let's go ahead and create that route. So I'll come here, I'll copy this, paste it down here, and I'll say to edit single blog post. Then the convention here is that you provide the post, which will take the post ID, then you say /edit. Then let's come and change this to edit, so the name as well to edit. Save. Let's go ahead and create this method in the controller. So I'll go to controller, and here I'll copy this, paste it here, and now we want to return a view by the name edit. We will still use, so let's change this first to edit. We will still use route model binding so as to get the post that we are editing. Then I'll save, I'll create this view, copy, go to views, blog posts, new file, .blade, .php, save. Then in here I'll use the create page. I'll just copy everything and I'll paste here. What have I done? Let's go back again, copy everything, then paste here. Then I'll edit this from create to edit, then save. Let's see what we get. Let's see if it's working. So I'll go here, I'll refresh, then click edit, and it's working. We have the form, but we need the inputs populated with the data that we have in the post that we want to edit. So I'll come here, instead of where is it, instead of outputting all title, I'll say post, then title. I'll copy this, go to the text area, do the same, and say post body, save. Let's refresh and see, and now we have the inputs here. So we have the data populated here. So now we want, when someone clicks submit, we want to send them to a route that will be responsible for updating the blog post. So I'll come here, and then I'll come to this form here. So I'll say not blog.store, so we'll go to blog.update. We've not created that yet, and then we'll pass the post that we want to edit, and then the method is post, but that's not what we want to do. But since the browsers don't understand, they only understand post method, we will use post. They understand post and get, so we will use post here. But when we hit the server, the method that we want to be executed is put method. So you can use put method or patch method, any will work. So I'll save. Let's go ahead and create this route. So I'll come here, I'll copy this, paste it here, and then I'll change this to update, and the method is put. Then here I'll change this to update, then save. So let's go ahead and create this method in the controller. So I'll come here, I'll copy this, paste it here, and I'll change this to update. We no longer want to return anything, we will update in the server. Then the logic for this is more or less the same as the one we have in the store method. So I'll go to store method, I'll grab everything, then paste in here. Here we have a request, so we need to inject the request object. So I'll come here and I'll say request, have it in a variable, save. Now we are good. So we still want to validate, so that if a user is updating a post and they try to give us an empty post, we don't want to save that in the database. We don't want to showcase an empty post, so we still have to validate. Then here we don't need to do this. We were doing this initially because we didn't know the post ID, because it was not yet created. But in this case the post is created, so we have the ID. We can take this post and say, since we have the post, and say we want the ID of that post, like that. Then we don't need to update the user ID, so let it remain like that. So if I was user ID number 1, it will still be number 1 in the database, so I don't need to update that. Then here I am not creating a new post, I'm editing, I'm updating the post that I have. So I'll remove that. then we are no longer updating the user ID. We want to maintain that, and that will do. So I'll just edit this to post edited successfully. Then let's see if that's working. So I'll refresh, then I'll submit, and the validation is working. So I'll come and choose a file, then here I'll say last post updated, then I'll add something here and say updated, then try submit, and there we go, post edited successfully. Let's see if we have those changes. Go to blog, and here we go, last post updated. Let's check the body, and the body is updated as well, and the image is updated as well. So this is working, but one problem though. Now someone can try to go to your, let's say for example we have let's start edit page. Let's go to blog. I know the ID of this is 11, so if I try to come here and say 11, then edit, see, I can still see the form, and yet I'm not the one who created it. So we need to protect that. So we'll come to the edit and say, for you to be able to see the edit, we'll say if, then I'll go to blog, I'll grab this logic, come back, and I'll paste it here. Then I'll say about, then 403. So what we are saying is here, if the author is not the one who created this post, will not say equal, sorry, we'll say is not. So if the author user ID is not equal to the post user ID, meaning this is not the person who created this post, kindly abort. So if I save and try to refresh this, I didn't create this. Now I get a 403 error message, forbidden. So let's protect the other methods as well. So I'll copy this, and I'll say you can't update if you're not the one who created that post. Save. Let's see if there is anything else we need to protect. The edit, the rest are good. The rest are good. And that's it. That's it for this lesson. And if this video has been of any help to you, kindly consider supporting my work by subscribing to this channel, leaving a like and a comment. Cheers. Before we learn how to delete a post, I have a point of correction. In the previous video, I said that this is the convention when updating a post. I made a mistake. That is not the case. When updating a post, you don't provide this action. So it should be like this. Then save. This should not break your code. Your code should work as before. But this is the convention. So when we start working with resource controllers, this is how it should look like. So with that said, let's see how we can delete a post. So I'll go to blog.blade. Then here I have my form that I'm using to delete. And so here I'll provide the method as post. But when I hit the server, I don't want to use post, I want to use delete. So I'll say at method, delete. Then I'll protect this form from CSRF attack. So I'll say at CSRF. Then I'll come here and I'll provide the route that I want to send my delete request. So I'll come and say here route, then I'll give it a name of blog.delete. So let's go ahead and create that route. So I'll come here and I'll copy this, and before doing that, let's go back here and let's pass the post that we want to delete, the post, and that will give us the ID. So I'll come here and I'll paste this, then I'll say the method is delete. Then when you go to blog post, blog, then what do we call this, the route parameter. When you go to the route parameter, then the method that we want to call is delete. So I'll change this to delete. Save. Let's go ahead and create this method in the controller. So I'll come here, I'll copy this, then this is delete, and I'll use route model binding to grab the post. Then I don't want to return any view, so here I'll just come and say take the post and delete it. And after deleting it, I'll take this, return, redirect back to the same page, and just tell me post deleted successfully, and save. Then to the same page, I'll go to edit, and I will grab the key of the session that I want to output, go to blog, and put that where I want. I want it to be, let's see where we can place it. Let's place it below all blog posts. So I'll come here and I'll paste it here, then save, and let's see if that is working. Save. So go back, refresh, delete, and yes, it's working. Post deleted successfully, and we no longer have that post. That's it for this lesson. If this video has been of any help to you, kindly consider supporting my work by subscribing to this channel, leaving a like and a comment. Cheers. Before we learn how to search a blog post using the search bar, I've realized that when you click on a title of a blog post, then it doesn't take us to the single blog post. It is authenticated, so you have to be logged in to see a blog post. Let's fix that. We don't want one to be authenticated for them to be able to see a blog post. So I'll come to the controller, and here I'll also exclude the show method, then save, come back, refresh, go to blog, try clicking the title again, and now it's working properly. So when I go to my project here where we have the search bar, it's a form, and the form has a name attribute and the value is search. So if I go to the browser and try to provide something here and search, notice in the URL we have a search key and OST value. So we can grab this in our controller. So I'll come here to the controller. Here we are. Then I'll use the request object. So I'll say request, have it in a variable. Then here I'll check if we have something in the request. So I'll say request if, I'll say if request search is true. So that means if we have something in the search bar. So if that is true, I want to do something. So I want the posts to be different. So I'll say posts equal to, then post where, then I'll say title is like, then use the SQL %, concatenate that with the search, the request search that we will get from the search bar. Have it here. I'll explain in a moment what is happening here. Then concatenate the percentage again, the %, again. So let me explain what is happening here. For example, let's say like now we have a post with the title of last post. So if request search is true, so it means our search will be equal to, so here we will come and take this percentage, concatenate it with whatever we have in the search. So let's say in our search we have OST, then concatenate it with the percentage again. And what this does is it's saying this, the percentage is saying find for something that matches OST here, and before it, this percentage means before it we can have 0 characters or more. And you see here, if we take OST, we have 1 more character, so it passes. Then at the end, it means we can have 0 or more characters. So when you come here, OST, we have 0 characters before it, so this passes. And so this we will get the post that has this in the title. So let's do the same for the body. So we'll come here and I'll say or where, then I'll copy this and I'll just change that title to body. So I'll come here and I'll say body, then the latest, then get. Save. Else, so if you don't have anything in the search bar, so posts will be equal to all the posts the way we've been fetching them before, then save. So let's see if this is working. Refresh, and now we have 2 posts. Let me search again, OST, search, and we have 2 posts because here we have OST and here we have OST. Let's search for something that is in the body. So FFF, search, and now we have 1 post. The FFF is not in the title, on the title, so when I click here, it is in the body. And that's how you search for blog posts using Laravel. If this video has been of any benefit to you, kindly consider supporting my work by subscribing to this channel, leaving a like and a comment. Cheers! Let's see what happens if we search for something that is not present in the title or body of a blog post. So if I type this and search, then we get no feedback. So let's implement this so that we can have a feedback when we don't have a post associated with a search. So I'll come here and instead of using @for_each, I'll use @for_else, @for_else, then here I'll say @end for else, and before that I'll use @empty. So here what you're saying is give me this if we have a result, but if you don't have anything, then I'll tell it what to do. So I'll say I'll give a feedback of this pig tag. Sorry, currently there's no blog post related to that search. So save. Let's see if that is working. Come back, go back, then try to search again, the same thing, and now we have a feedback. Sorry, currently there is no blog post related to that search. That's it for this lesson. If this video has been of any help to you, kindly consider supporting my work by subscribing, leaving a comment and a like. Cheers! Before we learn about pagination, let's correct something here. So here in this route, I said that the convention is to use the method name as delete. I made a mistake again, sorry about that. This code is okay, it will not break, it will work okay. So if you want, you can use this, there's no any harm. But the convention is not to use the method as the name delete. So if you go to the documentation, these are the conventions. So for the delete, you use the destroy method. So when using resource controllers, this will be destroy. So let's fix that. So I'll come here and I'll change this to destroy, save. then go to the controller, change it there as well from delete to destroy, save, go to the blog where we've used that. So where is it? Control F, delete. Here we go. So it's not delete, it should be destroy, then save, and it should work as before. So if I go back here and refresh, then try to delete a blog post, so I'll delete this. Let's see if it's working, and it's working. So that's it for that. So now let's go ahead and learn about pagination. Now I've added some posts, so I think I have like 15 or 12 blog posts, and if you have like 100 blog posts, then when you visit your page, you are rendering all the blog posts at the same time. That will be very expensive, and it will make your application to be slow. So to fix that, we need to paginate these blog posts so that in each page we can have a certain number of blog posts. So maybe you may want each page to have 10 blog posts or 20 blog posts or 15 blog posts. So for this tutorial, we are going to make each page to have 4 blog posts, and to do that is very easy in Laravel. So we'll just go to the controller, blog controller, then where we are rendering the blog posts, here we are, the index to the blog post view. So here, before getting them, instead of getting them, we'll just say paginate, and then inside the method we will pass the number of posts we want per page. So here we will work with 4 in our case. Then I'll copy this, copy, then here I'll do the same, then save, go back to the browser, refresh, and now this page has only 4 blog posts. Let me comment this out since we are not using it now. So I'll go to the view. This is hard coded, so I'll just comment it out for now, save, refresh, and now we just have 4 blog posts. Now to display the pagination pages links here, it's very easy. You just go to your view, you go where you want to render those pages, then we will say we have posts, then we want to get the links. So we will use the links method, then save. Let's go back and refresh, and now we have the pagination links, but they don't look good because by default Laravel is using Tailwind CSS. So this is the previous page, this is the next page. So to make this look good, let's provide the what we call it, the Tailwind CSS CDN. So I'll go to layout, and then I'll uncomment this. So now we have Tailwind CSS in our project. So save. So if I refresh, now we have a better, now it's looking better. So you go to page 2, takes you to another page, and notice the URL will tell you we're in page 2. You go to page 3, you see more posts, and it's also telling you we are showing you 9 to 12 of 17 results, the results that we have in your database. That's it for pagination. That's how you do it. Next, let's see how we can customize this view to our liking. If this video has been of any help to you, kindly consider supporting my work by subscribing, leaving a comment, and a like. Cheers. Customize all this to our liking. We need first to find the view responsible for the display of this. So the views are located in, if you go to a vendor directory, Laravel, src/illuminate, then go to pagination, resources, views. Here are the views. So we need to move these views to the views directory. So notice as of now we don't have a vendor directory here, so let's move that to here. So I'll come to the terminal and I'll run this command, and that will copy that directory here. So we have the vendor directory now, and when you open it, we have these pagination views. We have several of them, and by default Laravel is using this one. So let's prove that it is true. It is using this one. So I'll come here, this is the view. I'll try and change the color. Everywhere that we have gray, I'll change it to green, then save. Let's go back to the application, refresh, and notice now everywhere that it was gray, it has turned to green. So if you want to customize this to your liking, just come here and play around with the styles, adjust them to your liking, and you'll have what you want. That's it for this lesson. In the next lesson, let's see how we can customize a pagination view using Bootstrap. If this video has been of any help to you, kindly consider supporting my work by subscribing to this channel, leaving a like and a comment. Cheers! To customize pagination using Bootstrap, you go to Providers, App Service Provider, then in here you say Paginator, then you select the one with Illuminate Pagination Paginator, then after that you just say Use Bootstrap, and that's it. Now your pagination is using Bootstrap. Let's go to the application, refresh, then scroll down, and now this is using Bootstrap, but it doesn't look good because we don't have Bootstrap in our application. So let's use Bootstrap CDN. So I'll go to the layout, and here I have the CDN. I'll just uncomment it, then save, come back, refresh, and now this is what we have. But notice that we can't see the numbers not unless we are hovering, and that is because my vanilla CSS classes are conflicting with the Bootstrap classes. So I'll come here, I'll comment out my CSS classes, so now the application is only using Bootstrap. Then save, come back and refresh, then scroll down, and now we can see the numbers. So if you're only using Bootstrap, this is what you should see. To customize it, you go to vendor, pagination, then bootstrap4.play.php, open it. So here you can play around with the classes. For example, if you want the links to have a color of red, you can just come here and give it text danger, then save, come back, notice now it is blue, refresh, it is red. So you can play around with the classes to get pagination links that you desire. And that's it for this lesson. If this lesson has been of any help to you, kindly consider supporting my work by subscribing to this channel, leaving a like and a comment. Cheers! To customize using vanilla CSS, first you need the design that you want to use, and in my case I want my pagination to look like this. So this is the design that I'd like to use. So when I go back to my project, this is the HTML that I have, and I have the CSS styles in the CSS file. So I'm going to comment this out, then uncomment this, and now I have the Laravel's pagination. So I'll go back to the project, refresh, and this is what I have. It doesn't look good because by default Laravel uses Tailwind CSS. So if you install Tailwind or use Tailwind's CDN, this will look good. But that's not what we want to do. We want to use vanilla CSS. So what I'll do, I'll switch back to the project, and as of now we are reading from views, vendor pagination, Tailwind view. This is where we are reading our view. So what we have here is from this view, and it has Tailwind classes. It's all about Tailwind, but that's not what we want to use. We want to use default view because here we don't have any styles, so we can provide our CSS styles. So to tell Laravel to use this view, you just come here and you pass a string, then you say pagination, and it's already giving us suggestions. So these are the pagination views that you can use. So if you're using Bootstrap, you will use this one. So in our case, we want to use the default one, so I'll choose this. Then save, go back to the project, refresh, and now we have something different. And to prove to you that we are reading from this view, I'll go to that view, default, and then up here I'll say anything. I'll just say h1 and provide anything, then come back here and refresh, and there we go. we have what we've typed there. So we are reading from that view. So now this view is working. If you try to click page 2, it will go to page 2, and you can see up here we have page 2. So what we want to do now is to customize the styles. So I'll have this back to what it was, then come back here, go to default, then go to my HTML. So this is what I want to have at the end of the day. So the first thing I have is a div with a class of pagination. So I'll come here, I don't need a nav, remove the closing nav as well. For the underlist, I don't have an underlist, so I'll change this to a div, change the closing tag as well to div. So come here and change it to div, save. Then here we have the previous page link. Go back to our project, to our HTML, and this is our previous page link. So I'll copy this, come back here, and then here this is the first thing we have. I'll copy ours here, then I'll check if there is any Laravel functionality here. And for you to know any Laravel functionality, check the one that has double curly braces. So in this case I don't have anything with double curly braces, so I'll remove everything. Then I'll come here, I'll paste it for the previous. So this is the previous page link. Then I'll check, do you have any Laravel functionality? Yes, we do. We have this one which has double curly braces. I'll copy it and paste it in our href. Then I check if we have another one in the same line. We don't. So I'll remove everything else. Then do save. Then I come down here. Before we go on, let's refresh and see what we get. Come back here, and this is what we have. So we have our previous page link, but notice now we're on page 1 and it's clickable. We can click on it and go to the previous page, and yet we don't have a -1 page, so we need to do something. So we come here, we say when paginator is on first page, if that is true, we're on first page, we need to disable the previous page. So you can come here and give it a style and say pointer prevents none. You can also reduce its opacity if you want to, and have it as 0.5. Then save. Let's see how that looks like. Come back, refresh, and now we're on page 1. This is not clickable. Notice it's not clickable. So and the opacity has reduced. At least this is better. One can see that. You're not supposed to click on this, and if you try, nothing will happen. But when you go to page 2, so at least now we have a previous page of page 1. You check it out, it's clickable now, and when you click, you go back to page 1. That is sorted. Let's continue. We come here. Now here we have the 3 dot separators, and by that what we mean is something like this. When you have many pages, you'll have something like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, then 3 dots, then maybe 10, 20, 30, 40. So these are the 3 dots that we are talking about. So I'll remove all this. So I'll work with an anchor tag again, since we don't have any link in our HTML. So come back here, and then go. Let's check for any Laravel functionality, and we have this. So I'll copy it, have it here. Then these 3 dots, you don't want them to be clickable. So we'll say style. Again, we'll get pointer events to none. Then I'll remove all this. Then save. So as of now, we can't see the 3 dots because we have few pages. But if you have many pages, you will see the 3 dots. Then come back. Then here we have array of links. So these are the pages. The pages that we'll have here, 1, 2, 3, 4. Those are the arrays of links. So I'll come here. Again, I'll have an anchor tag here. Then I'll come and check if there is any Laravel functionality, and I only have one. So I'll copy that and paste it here. Then remove the list. Then come here, have an anchor tag again. Then because in our design we only have an anchor tag with a number, so instead of hard coding this, that's why we are passing the page. So here again you have an anchor tag. Then let's copy this Laravel functionality, paste it here. We have another one, page, copy, paste it here, then remove what we had before, then save. Let's see what we get. Come here, refresh, and yeah, now we are heading somewhere. But now we are on page 1. When we are on a certain page, we need a class so that we can have a different color, and the class we are using here is the active class. So come here and say when we are on current page, we want the class to be active. So I'll come here and say class active, then save, come back, refresh. Now we have that background color. Go to page 3. So the current page is true, so we have a different color. That's true, that's better. So let's continue. So the last thing we need to deal with is the next page links. So go back, here is our next page link. So I'll copy it, come back here, then here again I'll paste this here, then I'll check if we have any Laravel functionality. I'll grab that, paste it here. We have another one, no we don't have, so remove all this. Again here, an anchor tag, then any Laravel functionality we don't have, and the icon is this one, so I'll paste that here, then remove everything. We don't have any Laravel functionality. Remove, then save, come back, refresh, and there we go. That's what we have. But now when you're on the last page, which is page 5, see that this is it is still clickable, so it should not be clickable because you don't have another page. So we'll come here and say if paginator has more pages, we do this. If it doesn't have more pages, we need to disable it. So as of now, we don't have more pages after 5. So let's disable it. Come here and say style, give it pointer events of none, reduce the opacity to 0.5, save. Let's see how that is. So now you see the opacity is reduced and it is disabled. We go to another page. So as of now we have a next page which is 5 and it is now clickable. That's it for this lesson. If this lesson has been of any help to you, kindly consider supporting my work by subscribing, leaving a comment and a like. Cheers! All along we've been creating, reading, updating and deleting blog posts by manually creating the routes, the controller and the methods inside the controller. Now we want to start to create categories, and we are not going to use the same approach. We are going to use a different approach. We are going to use resource controllers, and resource controllers achieve the same objective but simplifies our work as we will use less code. And on top of that, we are also not going to create the model and the migration manually. We are going to use a single command to create all that for us. So I'll go to the terminal and I'll say php artisan make model, and since we are dealing with categories and the model should be in singular, so I'll say category in singular, then I'll request for migration and resource controller, then press enter. So this will create a model for us, then it will also create a migration for us, and it will also create a controller for us. So let's go ahead and confirm that all these files are indeed created. So I'll go to my files, I'll check my migrations, and here I have the categories migration. Then scroll up. In the models, I have the category model. Scroll up. In the app HTTP, I have the category controller. Click on it. And then when you open it, notice that a controller is not only created for us, but the model associated with it is also imported. the request object is also imported. And then all the methods that we used in the blog controller are also created for us. Index, create, store, show, edit, update, and destroy. And they are not only created for us, but every method that requires the request object, it's also injected for us. And any object that requires the category model, it's also injected for us. And all this is done for us. So now let's see how resource controllers work. So I'll go to web.php, and here I'll just come here and I'll say category resource controller, and what you say here is route. Then you don't use any method since it's a resource controller. You say resource, and it's suggested for us, so I'll click here. Then the first argument you pass here is the URL name that you would like to use. So since you're dealing with categories, I'll just say categories. Then here we are not loading the user controller, we want to load the category controller. So I'll say category controller, then save. So this one line, I'll paste something here to explain something. Then I'll uncomment this. This one line is the same as these 7 lines. So under the hood, this is doing this. So when you go to /categories, this is loaded. When you go to /categories/create, this is loaded. So we are going to see how each of these works as we create, read, update, and delete categories. So don't worry much about this. And in case you forget about this, you don't need to cram it. You can just come to your terminal, just say php artisan route list, and this will give you a list of all the routes that you have in your application. So if I expand this, then scroll up, here we have the categories. So when you go to /categories using the get method, then this is the route name that will be created for you, and this is the method that will be called inside the category controller. If you go to /categories using the post method, then the name created is .store, and this is the method that will be called for you. So that's it for this lesson. So in the next lessons, let's learn how to create, read, update, and delete a blog post. And with that, as always, if this video has been of any help to you, kindly consider supporting my work by subscribing, leaving a comment, and a like. Cheers! Let's describe how our categories table should look like. So it should have an ID, then it should also have a name. So I'll say table, then it's a string, and it's a name. And to avoid having 2 categories with similar name, we'll have it as unique. Then save. That's all we need. So to create this table, we just go to the terminal and we say php artisan migrate. Then it will migrate, and after migrating, we can go to our GUI and see if it's created. So I'll come here. As of now, we don't have categories table here, so I'll refresh, and after refreshing, we have a categories table. Open it, and now we have our table, which has an ID and a name when it was created at and updated at. That's it for this lesson. If this video has been of any help to you, kindly consider supporting my work by subscribing, liking, and leaving a comment. Cheers! To go to categories create page, you need to go to /categories/create, and when you do that, you get a blank page. And that's because when you visit /categories/create, under the hood, the categories controller will be loaded and the create method will be called. So when we go here, the create method will be called, and as of now we don't have anything here, and that's why we are getting a blank page. So let's go ahead and return a view. So we'll say return a view, and we don't have that view yet, so we'll have a folder by the name categories, categories, then dot, let's call that view create category, then save. Let's go ahead and create that view. So I'll copy this, then go to views, I'll create a folder by the name categories, then inside it I'm going to create that view, so .blade.php. and now I'm going to copy what we have in our create blog post. So I'll copy everything and paste it in our create category, then save. Let's go back, let's refresh, and now we get the create post, but we don't want that. We want to create a category. So we are going to adjust this, we are going to edit it. So I'll come here, we only need a name in our table, so I'm going to delete the body and the image, delete all that, then come here, we don't have a file, so we don't need this, remove that. Then we need the CSRF, we don't want a title, so we are dealing with a name, so I'll change all the title to name, and this label I'll have it as a starting with an uppercase. Then we will not go to blog.store, we are dealing with categories, so here I'll say categories.store. Then what else? Then not creating a new post, we are creating new category, that's good. Then I think we have everything we need, so I'll save, go back, refresh, and there we go. This is all we want. We just want a name of the category. That's it for this lesson. In the next lesson, let's see how we can store the category name to the database. And if this video has been of any help to you, kindly consider supporting my work by subscribing, leaving a comment and a like. Cheers! Before storing a category into the database, first let's provide a link down here. So I'll go to the editor, and below this div I'm going to paste this, then save. This is just HTML with a class with styles in the CSS file. There is no any Laravel here. So save, go back to the project and refresh, and we have this list. So later we will implement this so that when you click on this, it takes you to the list of your categories. Switching back to the editor, when a user provides a category, then they click submit, it gets sent to categories.store. So let's go to that method in the category controller, and here it is. And the logic for this is more or less the same as the one that we used when storing a blog post. So I'll go to blog controller and copy what we have in the store method, then we will edit that to suit our needs. So I'll come here and paste it, and then now we don't need everything here. We just want to ask for to validate the name from the form. So we'll say name, it's required, then we'll make it unique. It has to be unique, and then you also have to tell Laravel what table do you want that name to be required and be unique, and the table is categories. Then after that, this we will change it to name. So we are requesting the input name, and after that we can even delete all this. Then we are going to create a new instance of category. So we are going to say category is equal to new category from the category model. So we have now a new object that is empty. So we'll come and say category name is the same as equal to whatever we will have from here, from the request, from the input. So it's equal to this. Then after that, now we can save the category and just say category save. and that's it. Then here, instead of saying post created, let's change this to category created successfully. So let's go ahead and test this and see if it's working. So I'll come back here, I will refresh, then I'll click submit to test the validation if it's working, and it is. The name field is required. Let's try something. Let's try entertainment. Submit, and there, category created successfully. Let's go to our database. Here's the categories table. Refresh, and now we have the category name. Here it is, entertainment. Now we are able to store a category from the category form. That's it for this lesson. If this video has been of any help to you, kindly consider supporting my work by subscribing, leaving a comment and a like. Cheers. To display categories dynamically, first we will need to create the view that will be used to show those categories. So when you click here, it should take you to that view. So I'll switch to the editor, and when someone clicks here, we want the index method in the category controller to be called, because we are showing all the categories, just as we did in the post in creating blog posts. We used the index method to show all the blog posts, and the method that and the route name that is calling the index method is categories.index. So I'll come here, and here I'll pass the route name. So I'll say route, and the name is categories.index. Save, go to the browser, refresh, then click category list, and we get a blank page, and that's because we are not returning anything in the view at the moment. So I'll go to the controller rather. So I'll go to the controller, and here I want to return a view. Say return a view, and this view is not yet created, so it should be in the categories category. Is it categories or category? Let's see. View categories. It should be in the categories folder. So we'll say categories dot, let's call the view index categories. Then let's go ahead and create this view. So save that first. Then here I'll create index categories dot blade dot php. Then in here we have a problem here. We need to add a semicolon at the end, then save, then come here, and in here I'll extend the layout and paste some HTML. So this is just a div with a h1. Then we have another div here which has category 1 and a link with no any Laravel functionality, and a form to delete with no any Laravel functionality. So we have 3 divs here to showcase 3 categories, and at the end we have another link to take us to create category page, and we don't have any Laravel. So this is just HTML, and the CSS is in the CSS file. So I'll save, go back here, refresh, and this is what we have. So all this is hard coded. Let's display the categories from the database dynamically here. I'll go to the category controller, and here I will pass the categories into this view. So I'll come here and say categories, then category, then I'll grab all of them, then I'll pass them into this view. I'll come and say compact categories, then save. And before starting this video, I created 2 more categories, so I have 3 categories in the database. Then I'll remove this one and this one, I'll remain with 1. Then I'll come and loop through the categories. I'll say at for each categories as category, then I'll copy this, cut it actually, then paste it here, and then now instead of hard coding, I'm going to get the category name, and that's it. So save, go back to the browser, refresh, and now we have them dynamically. Before we end the video, let's provide the route name here. So when you click this, it should take you to the page to create a category. So that is route, and the name is categories.create. Save. So refresh, click here, and it takes you to that page. Then when you go to the dashboard, you have these two links. Let's provide the route name as well. So I'll go to the dashboard, and when you are creating here, the route name should be route should be categories.create. Then for showing the list, I'll just copy this, paste it here, and it should be categories.index. Save, go back, refresh, click create category, it's working. Go back, click categories list, it's working. Now in the next lessons, let's see how we can edit and delete a category. That's it for this lesson. If this video has been of any help to you, kindly consider supporting my work by subscribing, leaving a comment and a like. Cheers. When you click edit, it should take you to an edit page to edit the category that you've clicked on. So let's implement that. Come here, and the route name that is responsible for that is categories.edit, and notice here it has a route parameter, so therefore we need to pass the category. So I'll come here, and the link and the route name is route name should be equal to categories.edit. Then we need to pass the second argument. We need to pass the category that we need to edit. So here I'll pass the category from the loop, category, then save, come back, refresh, try clicking edit, and now we have a blank page because in the edit method we are not returning any view. So we need to go there and return a view to edit that category. So I'll go to the edit method, and here we need to return a view. So we'll say return a view in the categories folder. Then let's call the view edit category since we are editing. Then add a semicolon, then save. So let's go ahead and go and create this view. So I'll come here, then scroll down, and here I'll create the view. I'll say edit category .blade.php, and in here I'm going to paste what we have in the create category, then we will edit it to suit our needs. So I'll come here, I'll copy everything, then paste everything here, then save, come back, refresh, and this is what we have. So let's edit it now. So I'll go back to the controller. First I need to pass the category that I want to edit into this view. So I'll come here and I'll say, already that is done for us under the hood by route model binding. Since we passed the category, so the category will be picked in the URL, and after being picked, let me start it from the start. Where is it? Index. So when you click here, it will go to categories.edit. So it is this route. Then we are also passing the category, and by default Laravel will take the ID. So here we are having the ID of that category. Then when we get to the method, let's go to the method category controller. So we are getting that ID. So route model binding will have category to be a category with the ID that we passed. So now we have that category and we can pass it here. So we'll say compact category, then save. So now we have the access of that category that we've clicked on in this view. So let's go to that view. Here we are. let's change some things. So we are not creating a new category, we are editing, edit category. Then when someone clicks submit, we don't want to store it, we want to update it. So categories.update. Then the method here for updating, we'll say at method, and the method is put or patch, so use any that you want. Then here the value, we want to see the value. If the category is called entertainment, we want to see that value so that you can update it. So here we are not going to use old value. I'm going to remove all this. Since we have the post, I can just come here and say not the post, sorry, we have the category. I can come here and say the category name. Then I think that's all. Yeah, we are good. So save, go back here and refresh. Missing required parameter. Okay, so here when updating, we need to pass the category that should be updated, so that when we hit the update method, we need to have that category that we are updating. So I'll come here and I'll pass the second argument. I'll pass the category, then save, come back, refresh, and now it's working well, and we have the category that we should be editing. So if I go back, then click on culture, then I should have culture. So now when we hit submit, this is what will happen. When we hit submit, this route name will be loaded, and that is categories.update. Here it is, and see here it's accepting a route parameter. So this category will be sent along, and then when you get the controller, it will get for us the category with that name. So now we can go ahead and update it. So to update it, I'll come here and I'll copy what we use in the storing, then come down here, paste the same. So we still want to request and validate, so that a user doesn't end up providing a blank category. Then the name should be a request, the input that we have in the name, whatever they will have provided. Then we are not creating a new object, so I'll remove this. So we still have, this is the object that we have, category. So we want the category name of the same object that we have here, that we're getting from here. We want it to be equal to the name that we will request, the name that the user will provide the new name. Then we will store. Then here we'll return redirect, and we can change this to, instead of return redirecting back, we can have this as, we can provide a different route here. So we can come and say route. No, we don't do that. Route. Let's have something different. Let's take it to categories.index. Let's go back to the list, then save. Let's see if this is working. So I'll come here, I'll do a refresh, then let's say culture edited, submit, and now it is working, and we have culture edited, and that is working. But now we don't have a flash message here to tell us that it was edited. Let's fix that. So I'll go to edit, and I'll grab the flash message here, logic, then I'll copy it, then I'll go to the index, and then let's paste it where, under the categories list is okay. So here you can have it here, then save. So let's see if we will have a flash message now. So let's edit something, and let's edit this to health, then submit, and now we have that flash message, category created successfully. Let's change that, it should be edited and not created. So where is it? Category controller, not created, we are editing. So let's change that to edited. save. Let's try that again. Refresh. Then let's change politics, and let's say let's just say politics edited. Then submit. Category edited successfully, and now that is working properly. That's it for this video. Next, let's see how we can delete the category. And if this video has been of any help to you, kindly consider supporting my work by subscribing, leaving a comment and a like. Cheers. When a user clicks delete, that post should be deleted. Let's implement that. So when I come here, the route name responsible for deleting is categories.destroy. And notice we have a route parameter, meaning that we should pass the category and the ID will be collected here. So let's go to index. And this is where we have the form and the action. I'll provide the route name. That is route. And the name is categories dot destroy. Then remember, since we have a route parameter, we need to pass the category. So pass the category. Then the method is post, since browsers don't understand the delete method. Then when it hits the server, we want it to use the method that is delete. Then we need to protect this form from CSRF, so we'll just say at CSRF. Then that's it. Then we save. So when you click submit, this route will be loaded, and here it is, and the category ID will be grabbed here. And therefore when we hit this destroy method, since from here we are calling the destroy method, so when we call the destroy method, the ID collected, route model binding will grab the category with that ID from the category model. So now we have the access of the category, so we can just go ahead and delete it. Just say category delete, and it's a method, then semicolon at the end. Then after that we can return redirect. So I'll copy this, have this here, and I'll say return redirect. We can redirect back, so redirect back to the same URL, and then redirect is a method. Then with status category we will say deleted, not edited, deleted successfully. So let's see if that is working. Come here, refresh, try to delete culture, and there category deleted successfully, and we no longer have it. So it's working properly, and that's it for this lesson. If this video has been of any help to you, kindly consider supporting my work by subscribing, leaving a comment and a like. Cheers. Currently we are hard coding all the categories on this page, and yet this is what we have in the database. So let's display all these categories dynamically on this page. So I'll go where we are returning this view, and here we are. And then first I'm going to grab all the categories from the database. So I'll come here and say categories is equal to, then use the category model, then I'll grab all, then save. Now we have all the categories. Then I'll pass all the categories into this view. So I'll come here and have a comma and say categories. So this view now has the access to the categories. So I'll go to that view. Here it is, and here is where we have the hard-coded categories. I'll delete these three, then leave one. Then I'll loop through the categories at for each categories as category. Then here I'm going to copy this, actually cut it, not copy. Then instead of hard coding, I'm going to output the category name. So I'll say category, then name, then save. Let's see if that is working. come back, refresh, and now we are grabbing from the database. Now it is dynamic. That's it for this lesson. If this video has been of any help to you, kindly consider supporting my work by subscribing, leaving a comment, and a like. Cheers. We now have 7 views that are using this logic to flash a message, and that is the blog view, the edit blog post, the same, create category, the same, edit category, the same, index categories, the same, and create blog post, the same. And this is not good, because for example, if you want to change the font size, then we would have to go to every view to do that. So we can fix this using something called an include. So what I'll do, I'll go to any view, then I'll cut that logic, then I'll go to my files, and here I'll create, in the views, I'll create a folder by the name includes. Then in here, I'm going to create my first include file, and since it's dealing with flash message, I'll just say flash message.blade.php. Then in here, I'm going to paste that logic, then save, and instead of doing it here manually, I'll just come here and say at include, this is a blade directive, and then here it's in the folder by the name includes. Then it's even suggested for us .flash message. So I'm going to copy this and replace everywhere that we are doing, everywhere that we have that logic. So I'll come to this view, replace this with that, then save. I have to save here in the blog as well. Then come here in create, replace that, save, edit, replace that, save, index, replace that, save, create. I think I've closed it by mistake. Let me close this. Yeah, I have it here, I've not closed it. Then replace, then save, and that's it. Let's see if now it's working. So if I go to my project, I refresh, I try to go to the dashboard. Let me create a category, go to category, let's try to create something, let's say music, submit, and it's working as before. And now it's better, because if you want to make any changes, we'll just come here and we'll just change from here, and the changes will take effect in all the views. So if you have another include dealing with something different, you just come here and say includes, and then you create the name of the include that you want to use. That's it for this lesson. If this video has been of any help to you, kindly consider supporting my work by subscribing, leaving a comment, and a like. Cheers. When we create a post, we need to attach it to a category ID so that you can be able to associate it with the category. And when we do that, it means that our posts table should have a category ID so that we can know the post created is associated with what category ID, and that will tell us what category name it's associated with. So I'm going to create the category ID column, and so I'll just copy this, then I'll paste it here, and then I'll edit it to suit our needs. So we want the column to be category ID, and then it references ID on categories table, on categories, then on delete cascade. That means when we delete a category, we also delete the posts associated with it, so that we don't end up with a post that doesn't have a category. So save. So this is just a template. So to create the table, we'll have to run the migration. So we'll come here and say PHP artisan migrate, then I'll migrate fresh, and what this will do is that it will drop all the migrations and run them again. So press enter, and then let's wait for it to run. So all tables are dropped successfully. Okay, still waiting to finish all the tables, and it's like we have an error. So let's see what the error is and how to fix it. So when I come here, the error is failed to open the referenced table categories. So when you come up here, this is the table that it failed to open, and that happened because, let me explain why that happened. When you go to our migrations, these migrations, the tables get created depending on when these migrations were created. So when you look at this was created on 11th and this on 23rd. So this table will be created first, and when the posts table is created, it tries to reference the categories table and it cannot get it because it's not yet created. So to fix this, we will have the categories table created first, so that when the posts table is created, it can be able to reference the categories table. So I'll come here, this is 23, this is 11. So I'll change this 11 to something higher than 23. So I'll take 24. So I'll come here, rename, and change that 11 to 24. So that means now the categories will be created first, and then the posts table will be created second. So when the posts table is created and it tries to reference the categories table, the table will have been created. So we should not have an error. So I'll rerun the command. Let's see what happens. I believe this should work, so we should not have an error, but let's see if it will work. Yes, and it has worked. So now if you go to our table, you can see here we don't have a category ID, but when we refresh, now we have a category ID and a user ID. So when we are creating a post, we need to attach it to a category ID, and it should be in this table. So I'll come here, go to my project, refresh, and now we are logged out because we dropped all the tables, so we don't have a user in the database. We need to register again. So I'll come here, then I'm going to register again, and I'll use the same credentials, then register, create post. So before creating post, we need to have a drop down here where a user can select the tag that they want to associate with the post that they are creating. So I'll go to this view, then I'll go, here is the view. I already have the drop down, so I'm just going to uncomment it, and it's just HTML. Let's see how it looks like. Refresh, and this is how it looks like. You click here, then you can select the category that you want. So go back to the view. This is just, there is no any Laravel, it's just a drop down. So here we have a label, then we have a select tag with the name attribute with the value of category ID. Then we have an option here which is disabled, select option, and that is this one. So it is disabled, you cannot click on it. Then we are hard coding the values of, we are hard coding the options. Here the entertainment, name of the category, and the ID, we are hard coding them. So let's display them dynamically here from the database. And before we do that, we need to create the categories. So I'll come here, refresh. So I'll create the first one, I'll call it sports. Another one, I'll call it nature. So now we have two categories in the database, sports and nature. So let's go ahead and display them dynamically. So I'll come here, I'll pass the categories into this view first. So I'll go to the controller, and here in the create controller I'll copy this to fetch all the categories and paste this here. Then I'll pass the categories into the view, so I'll say compact, then categories, then save. So this view now has the access to the categories. Go to the view, and down here I'm going to say at for each categories as category, then I'm going to cut this, paste it here. We no longer need this, so I'll delete it. Then here, instead of add coding health, I'm going to say category name. Copy this, and here we are going to say category ID. In here we will output the category ID, then save. Let's see if this is working. Go back, refresh, and yes, it does. So we have sports and nature. So first let's confirm if you can be able to grab their IDs. So when you are here, when you click submit, the data gets sent to blog.store. So let's go to that controller, to that method, sorry, blog.store. Here it is. So first of all, let's die and dump, then request the category ID. Category ID. So I'm grabbing this from where is it? Here. So the name attribute has the category ID value, so that's what I'm grabbing. So let's see if that is working. So I come here, I provide anything. I provide anything as well. Anything, then I select the first one. Then I try to submit. And yes, we are grabbing the ID 1. Let's try the other one. Nature. Submit. And yes, we are grabbing the ID 2. So let's go ahead and validate it. Since now we see that we can grab it. I don't need this. I don't need this. So here I'll copy this and delete all this. Then here I'll have a comma and I'll validate it first. And I'll say it's required. Save. Let's have the error message logic. So I'll come here and I'll copy this. Then below here I'll paste that, and I'll change this from image to category ID. Then save. Let's see if that is working. So I'll go back, then I'll refresh, click submit, and yes, it's working. So we have the category ID field is required, and this is not user friendly. So this should be changed to something like the category field is required. And I will not do that because we already covered that in section 17, lesson 17, where we learned how to customize error messages. So if you want to do that, you can do it. If you've forgotten, you can check out that lesson, and you can change it by yourself. So with that said, we are all good. So now let's go back to the controller, and now we want to grab that category ID. We want to request it if it gets validated. So I'll copy this, paste it here, and change the title to category ID. So category ID. What have I done? Let me undo. Control D, Control Z. Have this here. Then I'll grab this title. Control D, yeah, then change it to category ID. Category ID. So now we are able to grab the category ID from the form. Then after that, we want to, the post has a category ID, so we can come here and copy this, then paste it down here and say the post category ID, category ID. So the post category ID, not D, ID. The post category ID is the same as this, and this is whatever we will grab from the form. Then save. Let's see if that is working. So I'll come here, I'll do a refresh, then I'll say nature is life. Choose an image, and I'll go with this one. Select an option, so choose the nature category. Then here I'll just say anything, so I'll just grab this and have it here, then submit. And now we have a problem trying to get property ID of none object. And when you scroll down, here is the none object. We can see that here it's highlighted, so this is the error. And that is happening because, let me scroll up. So here we are checking the latest post, then its ID. So first of all, we can shorten this. You don't have to say take one. If you do this, it will still work the same. So we are trying to get the latest post, and now this is a fresh application. We don't have a latest post. That's why it's saying, that's why we are getting this error of ID of none object, since we don't have a post object. So to fix that, what we will do is that I'll copy this, then I'll come here, I'll cut it, not copy it, and I'll use an if statement. I'll say if, not at if, then I'll check, I'll paste that, remove all this, remove all this first. Wait, let me have that back. So I want to remove this and say it's not equal to, I'll explain in a moment, it's not equal to null, then do something. So I'm checking if post latest first is not equal to null, that's when we should apply this logic. So we are saying if we have a post in the database, that's when we should apply this logic. Else, if you don't have a post, then the post ID should be equal to 1. Then save. So now we are checking if you don't have a post in the if you have a post in the table, if it's not equal to null, then that's when we can apply this. Then if we don't have a post in the table, so we want to set the post ID to be 1. So we are not fetching any, so as of now we don't have any post, so we are not running this logic, so we should not get an error. So let's see if that is working. Come back, refresh, and there it's working. Post created successfully. Let's go to the database, refresh, and there we go. Here is our post, and the category ID is number 2. So now we are able to attach our post to a category ID. So in the next lesson, let's learn how to implement the eloquent relationship between a post and a category ID. That's it for this lesson. If this video has been of any help to you, kindly consider supporting my work by subscribing, leaving a comment and a like. Cheers! Each post created is now attached to a category ID. But when I go to Tinker and try to grab a post with an ID of 1, then try to grab its ID, this is what I get. I get null. And that's because we have not written the eloquent relationship between a category and a post. So let's do that. So I'll come here and I'll say, since we are in the category model, I'll say we have a category. We have a category, and then we will write the relationship. So each category can have many blog posts. So we will say we have a category and it has many posts. Then let's write the function to grab posts. So I'll copy this and come here and I'll say public function posts. Then in here I'll say return this, and this refers, since we're in the category model, it refers to this category. So this category has many. Then I'll pass the posts. Then it's a class. Then save. Do the same in the post model. So I'll go to post model, and here, since we're in the post model, I'll say we have a post, and then we write the relationship. So each post will belong to a particular category, and it will be only one category. So we can say we have a post and it belongs to a category, and belongs to a category. Let's write a function to get this. So I'll come here and I'll say public function then inside the function I'll return this. So since we are in the post category, so this refers to post. So this post belongs to a category. Then class, then save. So I'll exit the Tinker, so Control C, then I'll start the Tinker again, then I'll try to grab a post with an ID of 1 and the category associated with it, and now I can get it. And even if I want the name, I can just say category, then give me the name, then enter, and we have the category is sports. So that's it for this lesson. If this lesson has been of help to you, kindly consider supporting my work by subscribing, leaving a comment and a like. Cheers! I've added more blog posts, so now I have a total of 8, and categories as well. Now I have a total of 4. Now we want, when a user clicks sports, a user can get the blog posts associated with that category. And how we are going to do it is that we will go to this view, and then when a user clicks, this is the link, the user should be taken to the same view. So here I'll come and say route is blog.index, save. So let's see that in action. So if I refresh, then click sports, it takes me to the same page. Now what I want to do is that I want to grab the category name and pass it to the URL as a query string. So how you do it is that you come here and then you pass it as the second argument, here as the second argument, and it should be an array. Then you give it a key of whatever name you want, so I'll call it category. Then what do you want that category to be equal to? Then I don't want to hard code anything, I want it to be equal to the category name. So I'll take that and paste it here, then save, then go back, refresh. Then now when I click sports, watch the URL. we have a query string where category equals to sports. I try nature, the same, it changes, category equals to nature. Now I will grab this category and then I'll use it to query the database to give me posts that are associated with whatever category I'm going to grab. So I'll go to the controller here, and then here where we have this, I'll use an else if. I'll say else if then I'll say if we have request category in the URL, I'll want to do something. So I'll come here and say if that is true, then I'll say posts should be equal to category where name is the same as, then I'll take this request category. It's the same as request category. So what we are saying is go to the category table, check where name is the same as whatever we request. So if the category is sports, so pick where the category is sports. Then after doing that, since we have we can say first or fail, first of all, first or fail. And then since we have an eloquent relationship between posts and categories, so we can grab all the posts associated with that category. So here I can say posts. Then after grabbing all the posts, I can paginate them. So I'll say paginate, and I'll use something different. I'll say paginate 3, and here I need to edit this. It's supposed to be an arrow, paginate 3, then save, and let's see if that is working. So I'll come back here, I'll do a refresh, and now I have nature. Try sports, I have posts associated with sports category. Try entertainment, and I have a post associated with entertainment. Go to health. So as you can see here, we only have one post. Here we only have two posts, but when I go to health, we have more. That's why down here you can see we have page 2. But when I click page 2, I lose my query string. So I no longer have category equals to health. And to maintain that, you just come here and you say with query string, with query string, then save. Let's go back and try that. So go to blog, then try health. So now we have 3 items. When I go to page 2, I don't lose my query string, so I go to another page and it gives me posts that are associated with the health category. So that's how you filter blog posts using category, and that's it for this lesson. If this video has been of any help to you, kindly consider supporting my work by subscribing, liking, leaving a comment. Cheers. When you click on a title of a blog post, it will take you to the entire blog post, and when you scroll down, you will see that here we have related blog posts. But as of now, all these are hard-coded. So let's display all these dynamically from the database. So I'll go to the method that is returning this view. So I'll switch to the editor, and this is the method, the show method. And here I will try to get the category associated with the post that we are passing into this view. So I'll come here and say category is equal to this post. Then since we have the eloquent relationship in place, we can just say post category, and that's it. Now we have the category. Then to get related posts, I'll come here and say related posts is equal to, then I want this category here, then I want the posts associated with this category. So I can just come here and say category posts. Then I want the posts to be ordered from the one created last to the one created first. So here I can just say latest. Then I don't want all of them, I only want 3. So I'll say take, then here I'll pass the number that I want, that is 3. Then I'll get them. And that's it. Now we are fetching related posts. Then I'll pass that into this view. So I'll come here and I'll copy this, paste it here. Oh, sorry, copy it again, paste it here, and then I'll remove the $sign, then save. So now we have the access to the related posts in this view. So I'll go to that view. Then here, this is the first hard-coded blog post, the second one, and the third one. So I'll delete these two. Then I'll loop through the related posts. So I'll set for each related posts as related posts. Then in here, I'm going to cut this and paste it here. And here we are hard coding. So I'm going to remove all this and I'll copy this. And here we want the related post image path. Then here I'll delete all this. And here we want the related post title. Save. Let's see if that is working. So I'll come back and refresh. And yes, it's working. You can see that now we even have different arrangement. In the first, before refreshing, here we had the smoothie. Now we are displaying this dynamically from the database. But notice something. This view, this page, we have these 10 health benefits of smoothies as the blog post. Then when you scroll down, we get the same blog post suggested. And we wouldn't want this. We wouldn't want the post that we are reading here to be suggested again down here. So we need to exclude this. So how you do it is that you come here to the controller. Then when requesting for posts, you need to exclude the one that we are passing into this view. So here I'll say where ID is not equal to this post ID that you are passing into that view. So I'll come here and have it, the post ID, then save. So let's go back and refresh and see if now this one will be excluded. So refresh, then scroll down, and yes, the smoothie blog post is excluded. That's it for this lesson, and that marks the end of learning about blog posts. So in the next video, we switch gears and we start learning how we can fetch, we can send data from this form to an email. Thank you for watching, and if this video has been of any help to you, kindly consider supporting my work by subscribing, leaving a comment and a like. Cheers. I've already set up a contact form here, and the code is available in my GitHub. So when a user clicks submit, the user's inputs are sent to this route. So let's check out this method. So I'll go to contact controller, and here is the method. And all I'm doing here is requesting and validating the user's input. That's all. So if I go to the browser and try to click submit, we get the error messages. That's all we are doing, and we are not going to do that from scratch because we've already learned how to request and validate users' inputs. So what you're going to learn is how do we send what we get here to an email of our desire. And in this tutorial, we are going to use Gmail as an example, but you can send to any email that you want. So what I'll do, I'll come here and store everything that I get in a variable called data. So if the validation passes, we will have everything in this variable. And to send that data, we will use the mail facade. So I'll come here and say mail, then select the one with illuminate support facades. Then we will use the to method. So I'll say to, and here it's asking us to provide the user that we are sending that email to. So in my case, I'm using Gmail, so I'll say L5, I'll use my Gmail, wakarindi@gmail.com. After that, it's asking us to provide a mailable class. We don't have that. So to create that, you come here and you say PHP artisan make mail, then give it any name that you want. I'll go with contact, then press enter. And notice here a new folder by the name mail is created for us. Then when you open it, we have this contact mailable class. So that's what we will use. I'll come here and replace this with contact. And here we have it, app mail contact. Then it's a new instance, then save. Then after saving, let's go to this mailable class. So I'll go, where is it? Here it is. Let me go back. When you do that, whatever you get here, you pass it here in this class. So save, then go to that class. So whatever you pass here will be available in this constructor function. So I'll scroll down, and here I'll give you can call this variable anything. I'll call mine data, and whatever you have here will be the same as whatever is here. So you don't have to call it data. Then after that, I'll give this class a property, and I'll make it public, and I'll call it data. You don't have to call it data, you can call it anything. Then here I'll come and say this data. So I'll say this data, so I'm referring to this property, is equal to whatever we get from the controller. So I'll copy this and I'll have this here, then save. Then when you have this as public, it means that it's available in whatever view you return here. So here we have this by default, view.name, but it's not created anywhere here. You can change it to any name that you want. So I'll say mail.mail. So let's go ahead and create that view. So I'll scroll down and then views. So we have mail folder. Then inside it, we have the mail view. So I'll come and say new file, then mail.blade.php, then save. So now we have this view, and this is the view that we are sending to the email that we've provided. So what I'll do, I'll copy some HTML here, I'll paste, then paste them here. And so this view is the one that we are sending to the email that we've provided. So if I come here, whenever this is public, it means that this data is automatically available in the view that we are returning here. So this mail now has access to data. So here I can come and say for the message, I want it to be data. It's a variable, data, then message. So how am I getting this? I'll go back to the controller. So we said this is data. Everything here is data. So if I want the message, I'll just do data message. If I want the name, data name. So I'll come back here, and for the, so I'll copy this, and for the name, I'll just say data name. Then for the email, I'll have it as data email. We are not going to output the subject here, and I'll explain in a few minutes why we are not doing it inside here. So the contact, we need to do some savings. That's okay. So if you try to submit a form, this will still not work because we've not configured the mail settings. And to do that, you go to your .env file, and here this is what you should be having in your project. So I'll scroll down and I have this. I'll uncomment it, then comment out this. So this is the same as this. The only difference is that I've changed the values. So you can see like here it's smtp.google.com. here is mailhog, because I'm not using mailhog, I'm using Google Mail. So here I've changed the port to 465. So all these, now here you make Google your friend. You just Google and check what's the mail host, you put it here. Depending on the email that you're using, you just Google and you provide this. Then when you come to the username, this is the mail that you're using to send the data to. Then when you come to password, so this is called a password, and this password is basically just giving that form permission to send email to this. So it's like you're verifying you're the owner of this email, and you cannot use this password to log in into your Gmail. It's just used for this application. And to create this password, this app password, I have a link in the description from Google which explains step by step how to create this. It's simple, you can just follow it along, and in case you get stuck, don't you can just ask and I can help you out. Then you have the encryption, and then here we have mail from address. Think of it, when you click submit, you're sending an email. The user provides their email, but that email is not coming from the email of the user because they are not logged in their email. So you're basically just sending yourself an email. So for that, you provide the same email that you provide up here. Then the app name, it will by default take whatever you have up here. So if you change it, it will change as well. And with that done, I'll just save, and this should work. Let's give it a test. I'll come here and I'll say my name. Email, I'll use that one. Then subject, I'll say this is my subject, and the body, I can just say this is the body. This is the message. Then submit. Let's see if it's working. Yeah, thank you, we'll be in touch soon. Let's go to the Gmail and see if we have that. Here's my Gmail, and here we have the message. I open it, we have the view the way we described it. We said message, then this is the message. We have name hard coded, then we are displaying this dynamically, the email hard coded, and this dynamically. Now notice something. When you open this, we have this contact by default as the subject. Then when you open, we have contact up here by default as the subject. We want our subject to appear up here. That's why we did not output it inside here. And to do that, you go to the mailable class. Where is it? Here it is. And then here, before returning this view, you just say this, then you use the subject method, and here you say data. So the data that we are getting up here, and we want the subject. It should be a string, subject, and that's it. Then save. I think we have a problem somewhere, it's complaining. This should not be data like that, it should be this, referring to this data, this data. So this data referring to this data, just the same way we did it inside here. So save. Let's give it a try again. So I'll come here, I'll go back, then resubmit the form, go to the Gmail, go back to inbox, and here we go. Now we have, this is the subject, so the subject will be appearing here. I open it, I have the subject up here. So that's it for this lesson, and this marks the end of this Laravel blog tutorial. The only thing we are left with is deploying it, and we will do that maybe in a week or two. Thank you very much for watching, and if all these videos have been of help to you, kindly consider supporting my work by subscribing, leaving a comment and a like. Cheers, cheers.